What if everything we do simply disappears? What if every word, every achievement, every photo, every digital footprint gets forgotten faster than we're willing to admit? Are you ready for that? We live as if we'll always be on stage, trying to impress, to leave a mark, to do something great. But beneath it all is uncertainty. What if no one remembers? Here's the paradox. The less we cling to being remembered, the more fully we begin to live. Maybe the point isn't to be eternal, but to be real. This video isn't about defeat. It's about release, about the inner stillness that arrives when you stop chasing attention, stop fearing invisibility, and finally start to just be. Are you ready to trade ambition for depth? Then get comfortable. This journey won't leave you untouched. Part 1. The joy of being truly seen. There's a quiet transformation that unfolds when we stop chasing the idea of being remembered decades or centuries after we're gone. In releasing that pursuit, we invite a more tender and immediate kind of recognition into our lives, one that doesn't depend on achievements, titles, or public acknowledgement, but instead arises from something deeply human, the desire to be fully known. There's a unique kind of power in being recognized, not for what we've done, but for who we truly are beneath the surface. Imagine the calm that washes over you when just one person genuinely understands your inner world. That rare moment, unfiltered, sincere, and deeply present, can carry more emotional weight than any trophy, monument, or place in history. This isn't the kind of recognition that fills stadiums or headlines. In fact, it often emerges in the smallest, most private moments. A single glance, filled with quiet knowing, can whisper, "I see the real you." And I understand that kind of connection can satisfy more deeply than the loudest standing ovation from strangers who only know your name, not your soul. Could it be that what we're truly longing for isn't to be remembered forever, but to be met, here and now, with genuine presence? Maybe it's not immortality we crave, but the comfort of knowing that our innermost thoughts, emotions, and struggles have been seen and held by someone who truly cared. Letting go of the ambition to leave a lasting mark on history doesn't mean we lose something. It means we make space to gain something even more meaningful. We become available to a recognition that's rooted in the present moment, unfiltered, real, and incredibly fulfilling. Our priorities shift from being remembered to being connected, from trying to live forever to living fully now. This subtle shift in perspective can redefine our relationships. It leads us away from performance and into authenticity. It invites us to show up as we are, unguarded, sincere, and vulnerable. And perhaps in that place, we finally discover something beautiful. That being truly known by just a handful of people while we're alive can hold far more richness than being vaguely remembered by generations who never truly understood us. Part 2. The Wisdom of Humility. True humility doesn't arise from diminishing yourself. It comes from viewing yourself with honest clarity, especially against the backdrop of an immense and mysterious universe. It is the natural response to understanding your place within something far greater than yourself. Many strive to be remembered, to leave behind a legacy that echoes through history. But that desire is often rooted in an inflated sense of self. When you pause to consider your life alongside the countless others who have walked this earth, the contrast is undeniable. This imbalance in perspective has consequences. The more you build your expectations around recognition or legacy, the more likely you are to feel let down when life doesn't unfold that way. That quiet disillusionment seeps in slowly, making it harder to fully engage with the present or feel truly content. But humility, genuine humility, isn't about shrinking yourself. It's about shedding illusion. It brings you face to face with who you really are, not in grandiose terms, but in deeply grounded and authentic ones. This shift can be unexpectedly comforting. Letting go of the need to be eternal or extraordinary creates room for a life that feels richer, more immediate, and more real. When the pressure to be great fades, what's left is something far more enduring, the peace of simply existing with presence. You begin to understand that even though your time here is brief, your presence can still carry great meaning. That insight reshapes your views on success and failure. It softens your reactions to both praise and criticism. You're no longer driven by the ego's need for approval. Instead, you're rooted in something far more stable. That is the quiet power of humility. It is not weakness, but liberation. Liberation from the relentless pursuit of significance and the freedom to live with honesty, equilibrium, and vision. And within that freedom, your real strength, calm, steady, and unmistakably true, has the space to fully emerge. Part 3. The Eternal Present. Eternity may not be a limitless stretch of moments extending endlessly into the future. Perhaps, instead, it is found in stepping beyond time entirely, by immersing ourselves so deeply in the present that time itself seems to vanish. Think about those rare instances when you've felt profoundly alive. Didn't those moments feel detached from the ticking of clocks, as though time had paused and you were suspended in something greater? What's striking is that these timeless experiences don't arise from denying our mortality, but from embracing it. This state, the eternal now, is not about prolonging existence, but about enriching it. It's not measured by how long it lasts, but by how deeply it's felt. Rather than moving forward across time, it dives inward, into the intensity of the present. That realization opens a deeper truth. When we hope to be remembered, perhaps what we truly seek isn't fame or legacy. Maybe what we really yearn for is the affirmation that our life carries meaning, a kind of meaning that defies the limits of time. If that's the case, then the answer isn't to fight for remembrance. It's to surrender fully to the experience of now. When we come to terms with the fact that we will one day be forgotten, an invisible weight lifts. It frees us to experience a new kind of presence, one untouched by the fear of being erased. We stop exchanging the intensity of living for the illusion of permanence. And in that release, something long hidden begins to emerge. A different kind of reality comes into focus, one that was always there, but veiled by our obsession with time's passing. We begin to understand that eternity is not a reward granted after life ends, depending on what we leave behind. It is something already within reach, offered freely in the quiet, radical act of fully inhabiting the present. Part 4. The Courage of Impermanence. The quiet strength of letting go. Courage doesn't always roar in the halls of history or echo through the pages of legacy. At times, it's found in the gentle decision to create something exquisite, knowing from the start that it will vanish. There is a unique strength in choosing beauty that is bound to fade. Picture the ice sculptor who delicately shapes a masterpiece that will soon melt away, or the monk who spends hours arranging colored sand into a brilliant mandala, only to brush it into dust in a gesture of spiritual release. These acts aren't simply artistic. They are bold, intentional offerings to impermanence, bravery in the face of the temporary. This kind of fearlessness, the willingness to pour your whole heart into something fleeting, extends beyond the world of art. It reaches into how we love, how we connect, and how we savor the fleeting nature of life itself. To love someone, fully aware that every bond must someday change or end, that's not weakness, that's real bravery. To hold a moment so tightly, even as it slips away through your grasp, this is a kind of quiet heroism that often goes unseen. Presence over permanence. There is a profound kind of power in being completely present, in giving ourselves wholly to an experience we know won't last. It's a paradox to hold something close while also being willing to release it, to commit even as we accept that all things are temporary. But within this contradiction lives an evolved spirit, one that doesn't fear impermanence but embraces it. When we stop clinging to the idea of being remembered, something shifts. We begin to create not to be known, but simply to be alive. The beauty beyond recognition. And that's when something extraordinary happens. Once we're free from the need to be etched into memory, we begin to uncover a joy that was always waiting beneath the surface. Meaning emerges, not from what is preserved, but from what is fully lived. By letting go of the need for permanence, we discover the strength to live with intensity and grace. We may risk being forgotten, but in doing so, we unlock a life rich with presence, beauty, and profound fulfillment. Part 5. The Weight of Memory. Memory is often celebrated as a treasure trove of identity and meaning, yet it can also become an invisible anchor, quietly but firmly, holding us back. When the voices of the past grow too insistent, they can overwhelm our ability to engage with the present or imagine a future. Think of a society so fixated on its glory days or so bound by ancient grievances that it becomes frozen in time, unable to adapt, evolve, or take new steps forward. Nostalgia and resentment can both become chains, disguising themselves as pride or righteousness. But this paralysis isn't limited to cultures or nations. It reaches deep into our personal narratives as well. The memory of who we once were, our triumphs, our regrets, can distort our vision of what is still possible. We often become attached to the stories we've told about ourselves or the ones others have told about us. That attachment can become a quiet demand to remain consistent, to perform a version of ourselves that may no longer fit. There is a subtle but powerful tension in trying to live up to the person we used to be. In the name of staying authentic or recognizable, we end up limiting our own evolution. We silence instincts that contradict the past, suppress impulses that don't align with familiar scripts, and in doing so, deny ourselves the chance to grow. But what if we could release that burden? What if we allowed ourselves to stop being the curator of a carefully preserved identity, and instead accepted the possibility that our stories might fade? In that acceptance, there is a radical kind of peace. When the pressure to be remembered vanishes, so too does the weight of legacy. This surrender does not diminish us. In fact, it expands us. Letting go creates space, space for new ideas, new energy, and new expressions of self. It opens the door to transformation, not out of crisis, but out of choice. Paradoxically, in forgetting, or at least in loosening memory's grip, we may finally step into a more vibrant form of living. In giving up the need to be remembered, we make room to be fully present. And from that presence comes the real possibility of becoming someone new, again and again. Part 6. The Mathematics of Memory. What if memory weren't shaped by sentiment or emotion, but instead followed the logic of numbers? Imagine memory as a kind of equation, a system ruled by probability, scale, and time. Through that lens, an unsettling truth emerges. Most of us are remembered only briefly after we're gone. A generation or two, if we're lucky. Even those who once held significance, celebrated artists, powerful leaders, revolutionary thinkers, eventually slip from the minds of future generations. Given enough time, almost every name, no matter how revered, will vanish from public memory. But this isn't the result of cruelty or apathy. It's simply mathematics at work. Our capacity to remember is finite, while human history is overwhelmingly vast. With billions of people living and dying across millennia, the mental space we collectively share is too limited to preserve everyone's story. For every name etched in stone or printed in books, there are countless more that fade quietly into oblivion. This isn't a tragedy of the heart. It's a statistical reality. And when we place this fact within the boundless context of cosmic time, our perspective shifts even further. Humanity itself, a species so proud of its knowledge and progress, exists for the briefest instant in the life of the universe. Everything we build, feel, and strive for is merely a flicker when measured against the stars. So what are the odds that one person's name, no matter how beloved or infamous, will endure when our species is gone? The chances are so small they may as well not exist. Even if human civilization were to thrive for another 1,000,000 years, the probability that your story, or mine, would remain known is virtually zero. Yet, this isn't a message of despair. Paradoxically, it offers freedom. Once you grasp that being forgotten is not a failure, but a fundamental part of existence, the pressure to leave a lasting mark begins to dissolve. You stop chasing permanence in a world that offers none, and in that surrender, something shifts, not into hopelessness, but into clarity. You begin to understand memory for what it is, inherently selective, inherently finite. It's not personal. It never was. And in that understanding, a strange and gentle peace begins to settle. There's comfort in knowing this impermanence is shared by all. Every life, yours, mine, everyone's, is part of the same fleeting rhythm. What might at first seem like the loss of identity slowly reveals itself as connection, not to recognition or legacy, but to something more elemental, to impermanence itself, to the deep current of existence that remembers not through names, but through being. Part 7. The Joy of Contribution. The most meaningful fulfillment in life often doesn't come from having our names remembered, but from the quiet knowledge that we've made a difference. True satisfaction isn't found in praise or applause. It arises from the inner certainty that what we did mattered, even if no one ever knew we did it. Imagine the serenity that comes with offering something of value without seeking attention, whether it's lending a hand, sharing an insight, or showing kindness in silence. These acts carry a depth of reward that public recognition could never match. There's an undeniable freedom in giving without the expectation of credit. When we offer our time, talents, or guidance without needing acknowledgement, we participate in a form of generosity that reaches further and resonates deeper. This isn't about grand gestures or material gifts. Think of a mentor offering quiet wisdom, or an artist creating work that stirs the hearts of strangers they will never meet. Picture the teacher who watches a former student thrive, knowing they helped shape that journey, yet never requiring gratitude. Or consider the musician, the writer, or the painter whose work transforms someone's day, even though their name might never be known. These are silent yet profound moments of human connection. Parents embody this spirit every single day. They pass down values, shape the character of future generations, and build a legacy that may never carry their name, yet lives on powerfully through those they've influenced. Their stories may fade with time, but their impact echoes long after. And when we come to terms with the idea that we might not be remembered, we open ourselves to a deeper, more liberating kind of joy. Not a joy rooted in legacy or reputation, but in presence, in the act of showing up, making a difference, and contributing when it mattered most. By releasing the need for recognition, something profound unfolds. We begin to give more genuinely. We engage more fully. We become part of something larger than ourselves, a shared human story, ever evolving, held together by the invisible threads of quiet contributions. Perhaps this is the most enduring legacy of all, not our names carved in stone, but the subtle, lasting imprint of our actions, woven gently into the lives of others. Part 8. The Illusion of Ownership. Many of us long to be remembered, not realizing that this longing often arises from a deeper misconception, the idea that we truly own our achievements, our identities, and the narratives we live out. We speak of my success, my story, my legacy, as if these were isolated accomplishments born solely of our will. Yet the reality is far more intricate. No triumph is ever entirely our own. Every so-called achievement rests on an invisible framework of contributions, circumstances, and histories beyond our control. Our greatest works are shaped by tools we didn't invent, languages we didn't design, and ideas cultivated by generations before us. Serendipity, timing, privilege, and the influence of others, these all play a part. The notion that we single-handedly create our legacy is a comforting illusion, one that oversimplifies the collective nature of human endeavor. Nothing we produce exists in isolation. Each act of creation, each innovation, each expression of thought is inseparable from the culture and community that nurtures it. Even our most personal ideas are stitched together with inherited language, absorbed values, and shared symbols. What we tend to label as mine is, in truth, always a reflection of ours. And even the self, the I that longs to leave a mark, is not an autonomous entity. It is the product of countless influences, the people who raised us, the teachers who shaped us, the time and place we were born into. To claim full ownership of anything we do is to ignore the deep, undeniable web of connection that underpins all human life. But something changes when we release the need to be remembered. When we stop chasing legacy, the illusion of personal ownership begins to dissolve. Our actions no longer feel like monuments to ego, but rather contributions, however modest, to the unfolding story of humanity. And in that shift, there is often a quiet, unexpected joy, a joy not rooted in recognition, but in relationship. We begin to understand that the point was never to be remembered. The point was to participate, to give something of ourselves to a shared creative stream that flows through all of us. And in that realization, the hunger for legacy is replaced by something far more lasting, a profound gratitude for having been part of something infinitely larger than our individual lives. Part 9. The Ultimate Privacy. There is a rare kind of peace that only forgetting can offer, a final retreat into silence where the self dissolves, returning to the same untamed mystery from which it first arose. As memories slip away, so do the walls built by identity and belief. In their place, there is not a loss, but a liberation. Memory often compresses the vastness of a life into something small enough to grasp. It reduces the contradictions, the wild beauty, the full complexity of a person into a version that others can easily carry. To be remembered, then, is often to be edited, to be reshaped. But to be forgotten, that is something else entirely. It is not annihilation. It is emancipation. It is the quiet stepping beyond the lines drawn by others, the gentle unraveling of narratives spoken on our behalf. What is most real in us was never what survived in someone else's mind, but what lived untouched by explanation. The fear we carry about being forgotten is not really about vanishing. It is about releasing the image we've clung to, the version of ourselves sculpted by repetition, by social mirrors, by the expectations of those around us. What unsettles us is not absence, but the surrender of the familiar mask, even if it never truly fit. And yet, when that image is finally let go, something deeper begins to emerge. In the absence of performance, in the stillness beyond recognition, we glimpse a self untouched by judgment or display. It is not in the longing to be remembered that we find presence. It is in the willingness to simply exist. As fear recedes and curiosity takes its place, this final privacy reveals itself not as a sentence, but as a revelation. The roles we assumed, the identities we defended, the names we wore, all begin to fall away, like autumn leaves drifting from the branch. What remains is silence, not emptiness, but fullness. A quiet joy arises not from being known, but from being whole. And in that sacred calm, we do not vanish. We return, not into darkness, but into origin, not into forgetting, but into completion. This is not disappearance. This is home. Part 10. The Quantum of Influence. Our existence leaves behind traces, subtle yet enduring, that often outlive any memory of us. Much like quantum particles that impact their environment without detection, we influence the world in unseen, unrecognized ways. A fleeting smile, a timely word, or a quiet act of kindness may alter someone's path, though they may never recall the source. Still, the effect remains, detached from identity, yet profoundly real. These nameless contributions often possess a greater depth than the grand gestures that receive praise. They flow silently through the hidden networks of human experience, creating long, intricate chains of cause and effect. A simple encouragement given at the right moment can become the strength someone needed to carry forward, and in doing so, they may pass that strength to another. Thus begins a silent cascade of impact, far-reaching and uninterrupted. Even if the originator fades into obscurity, the energy they set in motion continues onward. Letting go of the desire to be remembered frees us to focus on making a difference that transcends recognition. It transforms us into quiet architects of transformation, sowing our influence into the fabric of life without seeking reward or attention. There is a paradox at play. When we relinquish the need for credit, our influence often expands. Actions born from humility and intention rather than ego resonate more widely. They become part of a deeper continuity, lasting not because of who initiated them, but because they held intrinsic value. In the end, your legacy may not be etched in monuments or stories. It may reside instead in the invisible reverberations of the good you've done. Even if your name is lost to time, your essence lives on in the lives you've touched, the moments you've changed, and the silent strength you passed on. Part 11. The Wisdom of Trees. Look to the trees, not as towering symbols of permanence, but as quiet participants in the life of the forest. With each passing season, they shed their leaves without fanfare, without the need for acknowledgement. They do not sign their names into the soil they nourish, nor do they seek gratitude from the earth that cradles their offering. And yet, those fallen leaves slowly transform, feeding the roots of the next generation, unseen and uncelebrated, but vital. The tree asks for nothing in return. It gives what it has, then lets go, surrendering to the rhythm of growth, decay, and renewal. This silent generosity is not unique to trees. Nature echoes this lesson across every landscape. Rivers flow tirelessly into vast oceans without claiming credit for their contribution. Rain graces the earth, asking no recognition for its arrival. The natural world is built on a quiet law, to give freely, without the need to be noticed. While people often cling to the idea of legacy, of being remembered and praised, nature shows us another way. It teaches that true impact doesn't always come from being remembered, but from becoming part of something greater, something that endures beyond names and faces. To live by this truth, to release the desire for recognition, is to find yourself in step with a deeper rhythm, one older than human memory. It is to live as the tree lives, to offer all you can, wholeheartedly and without hesitation, then gracefully step aside, making space for others to thrive in the light you once occupied. And in that surrender, there is no emptiness, only peace. You begin to feel your place within something vast and eternal. Forgetting, then, is not a loss. It is a return, a quiet clearing where life is invited to begin again. Part 12. The Illusion of Permanence. What we often label as permanent is nothing more than a trick of perception, a mirage born of our limited lifespans. Things that seem unmoving or fixed are in reality shifting constantly. Their transformations are simply unfolding across spans of time far too vast for the human eye to see. Mountains crumble molecule by molecule. Stars are born, burn, and die. Galaxies spiral and fragment across eons. Their stillness is only an illusion. Consider the architectural marvels left behind by ancient civilizations. From afar, they appear eternal, standing as proud symbols of humanity's defiance against time. But step closer, and the truth begins to show. cracks running through once imposing walls, carvings weathered into near invisibility. The harsh hands of wind, rain, and sun are forever at work, softening even the hardest stone, breaking down precision into dust. This erosion isn't an anomaly. It is the natural order. Decay is the rule, not the exception. And with decay comes forgetting. It flows with the same quiet inevitability. History slips from our collective grasp. Memories fade from individual minds. Even inscriptions carved in granite lose their edge. Statues collapse into fragments. What once stood as a symbol of endurance eventually crumbles, unnoticed. In the modern world, we cling to the belief that digital memory offers us a way out, a loophole in nature's law. We save our lives in data, in servers, in code. But these too are built on impermanence. Technology falters, files become unreadable, formats fall into obsolescence, companies vanish, platforms disappear. The very tools we trust to hold our stories are subject to the same entropy as the stories themselves. And then comes the hardest truth of all. You will be forgotten, not as punishment, but as certainty. Accepting this doesn't lead to despair, it leads to liberation. When you stop struggling to resist the flow of time, you begin to move with it. You let go. You breathe more freely. Peace isn't found in resisting impermanence. It's found in embracing it. In this light, forgetting is not a flaw in the system. It's not a tragedy, and it's not a kindness either. It is simply how the universe functions. Like waves that steadily reshape the coastline, change operates without motive or malice. It doesn't ask for permission. It just is. And in that is the essence of existence, not a punishment to fear, but a law to understand. Part 13. The Freedom of Completion. True fulfillment doesn't always lie in the extension of time, but in the quiet beauty of a life drawing gracefully to its end. Like a well-told story, it is not the length that defines its impact, but the certainty and significance of its final chapter. Imagine a symphony. What makes it memorable isn't a never-ending cascade of notes, but the moment the music stops, the hush that settles after the final note. That pause is what lets the entire piece reverberate within us. Without it, even the most moving composition could blur into meaningless sound. An ending isn't just the last page in a book. It's the element that gives every previous chapter a sense of purpose. It brings cohesion to the whole, casting all that came before in sharper focus. When there is no conclusion, the parts feel disconnected, drifting without resolution. In this way, being forgotten isn't always erasure. Sometimes it's the last intentional stroke of a complete masterpiece. Completion doesn't need applause. Its strength lies in stillness, in that sacred moment where everything finally makes sense. Without that stillness, beauty risks being buried beneath the noise of what keeps going. There's a rare kind of liberation in letting things end, a serenity that endless continuation could never replicate. And inside that surrender is something unexpected. Joy. The deep, gentle joy of knowing you were part of something complete, not just another ripple in an infinite sea of echoes, but a defined, intentional part of a finished whole. It becomes clear then, meaning isn't what fights against endings. It is born because of them. Even the act of being forgotten can serve as closure, like the final delicate note that lingers in the silence after the music stops. Part 14. The Gift of Absence. There are moments when the most powerful thing we can offer is not a presence, but an absence. What we intentionally withhold or step away from can create room for reflection, for clarity, for something entirely unexpected to emerge. Like the silence that gives music its depth and emotion, letting go can be an invitation for something new to begin. Creativity often arises not from what we cling to, but from what we're brave enough to release. Progress demands a clearing of mental space, a break from patterns we've grown too comfortable with. It's not within the familiar echoes of yesterday that innovation takes root, but within the calm and quiet of letting go. This principle extends far beyond individuals. It touches the very fabric of civilizations. Societies often reach their most dynamic artistic and intellectual expressions not by holding tightly to tradition, but by learning when to loosen their grip. As the outlines of the past begin to soften and lose their authority, imagination finds its way in. Creativity thrives not in the rigidity of preservation, but in the fluidity of transformation. When we allow old forms to fade, we make room for new ideas to take shape. What was once revered becomes the soil in which something entirely new can grow, not abandoned, but reimagined. There is a quiet, profound strength in recognizing that your name may one day be forgotten. This isn't defeat. It's a conscious gift. It's a quiet surrender to the unfolding of something larger than yourself. By choosing not to anchor your identity in the memories of others, you grant permission for the future to evolve freely. And in this letting go, there is serenity. There is joy, a deep understanding that absence carries its own kind of weight, its own kind of meaning. Legacy is not always carved into stone or spoken in remembrance. Sometimes the most lasting impact lies in the space you leave open for others to fill, to shape, to grow within. Part 15. The Natural Cycle. Forgetting is not a flaw in life's design. It's one of its essential functions. Like death, it isn't a system crash or an error. It's the system doing exactly what it's meant to, closing chapters with purpose, making space for what's next. Imagine a world where every experience, every emotion, every stray thought stayed with us permanently. The weight of all that memory would quickly become overwhelming. Without forgetting, we'd never be able to truly move forward. We would suffocate under the sheer volume of the past. This rhythm of release doesn't just govern nature, it governs us too. Just as trees shed their leaves each autumn, clearing space for spring's renewal, our minds must also let go. We forget not because something was meaningless, but because we are making room for growth, for healing, for change. If we carried the full burden of every joy, every sorrow, every lesson, we'd be paralyzed. The present would be out of reach. The future would become impossible to shape. Total recall would not make us more human. It would freeze us in place. And yes, the idea that we ourselves will one day be forgotten, that our names, our voices, our stories may fade, can be difficult to face. But there is also freedom in that truth. It connects us to something ancient and enduring, the cycle of rising and falling, of appearing and vanishing. When we release our need to leave a permanent mark, we begin to move with life's deeper rhythm. In that surrender, something quietly profound reveals itself. Forgetting isn't the enemy of meaning. It's one of the most sacred ways life protects itself, evolves, and continues. Part 16. The Mystery of Influence. True influence rarely announces its presence. It moves in silence, often hidden, threading through the unnoticed patterns of our lives, and it asks for no recognition. What we leave behind, our ideas, our mannerisms, our core beliefs, can resonate long after our names fade from memory, reaching farther than we ever imagined. You may speak in a certain rhythm, use a familiar phrase, or mirror an expression you never consciously learned. That moment, small and seemingly insignificant, might carry echoes of someone you never met, a distant ancestor, a stranger in your bloodline, a name in a family tree, or perhaps not even that. And yet, they linger, not in framed portraits or shared stories, but in those imperceptible habits that live on through you. This quiet inheritance isn't limited to family. It's how civilizations are built. Culture, as we know it, stands on the unacknowledged contributions of countless individuals, people whose names are long erased, yet whose influence continues to pulse through our traditions, our systems, our art. Even the language you speak is a living mosaic of forgotten voices, each syllable shaped by centuries of unseen minds. And music? It evolves the same way, layer upon layer, shaped by the unheard, the unknown. Every melody you hum is a chapter in a story, authored by generations past. There's a quiet paradox here. The most profound influences often come from those the world no longer remembers. Their insights, their tastes, their ideals, they continue to ripple across time, shifting lives without asking to be credited. And within that realization lies an unexpected kind of freedom. When you embrace the truth that you too will one day be forgotten, something remarkable happens. You become part of something greater. The need to possess your impact dissolves, and in letting go, your influence may grow even deeper. You contribute without needing the spotlight. You shape without needing to sign your name. And in this subtle, lasting legacy, in this unseen thread woven into the fabric of human life, you may leave your most powerful imprint. Part 17. The Trap of Legacy. The desire to leave a lasting mark can slowly evolve into a hidden burden. Without realizing it, we begin making choices not from freedom, but from fear, afraid we'll be forgotten, that our efforts won't matter. This subtle fear narrows our focus and drains the richness from our daily lives. How many people, near the end of their journey, finally see the truth, that the legacy they spent years building cost them the very things they now long for: shared laughter, meaningful conversations, quiet moments of presence, and deep, enduring love. In those final hours, it's not the missed promotions or unearned praise that haunt them. It's the dinners they skipped, the hugs they hurried, the stories they never stopped to hear. This struggle is especially sharp in creative lives. The pressure to leave something important behind can silence the authentic voice within. A writer imagining praise from future generations may polish every word until the soul of the piece disappears, leaving something technically flawless but emotionally lifeless. An artist hoping for a museum wall might dull the edge of their truth to fit a mold, trading raw honesty for institutional approval. And that's the irony. The more we obsess over legacy, the more we risk losing the very spirit that would have made our work unforgettable. But there's a different path. When we release the need to be remembered, something remarkable happens. A quiet freedom enters. We start creating not for a future audience we'll never meet, but for those here with us now, for the joy of the process, for the truth it helps us uncover. In choosing presence over permanence, we tap into something real. Work born from that space, honest, alive, and unburdened, often carries more weight than anything crafted for the sake of immortality, not because it lasts forever, but because it was true in the moment it was made. And in that truth, it finds its meaning. Legacy, then, becomes something that follows us, not something we must chase. And ironically, in letting go of the need to be remembered, we may create the very things that others never forget. Part 18. The Equality of Oblivion. In the stillness that stretches endlessly through time, it is forgetfulness that ultimately levels us all. It strips away power, dissolves recognition, and erases the distinctions we labor to maintain. However brightly a life may have once burned, its brilliance eventually dims into quiet obscurity. Names that once resonated through generations, commanding influence, stirring devotion, gradually lose their clarity, then disappear entirely. Even the legendary, the ones whose fame once seemed eternal, fade into mere passing mentions, if they are recalled at all. In this way, Oblivion delivers its own impartial verdict. It undoes the hierarchies we so urgently erect. Kings and paupers, the celebrated and the overlooked, all are brought to the same stillness as time unfolds. What we often cling to as lasting importance is merely a brief disturbance on a vast, indifferent sea. The way we are remembered differs only in degree, not in outcome. Once you accept the inevitability of being forgotten, a deeper truth begins to surface, one that is steady, impartial, and free from the distortions of ego or ambition. This truth need not be viewed with sorrow. On the contrary, it can awaken a surprising tenderness toward those still chasing permanence. It brings a soft clarity. Beneath our endless pursuits, we are all moving toward the same quiet end. And in that realization, there is room for compassion. There's something gently beautiful in this shared disappearance. Rather than seeing oblivion as a threat, we might come to view it as the thread that binds us all, beyond achievements, beyond memory, beyond even the desire to be remembered. Part 19. The Freedom Found in Anonymity. There's a unique kind of liberation in moving through the world unnoticed, when your actions stand apart from your identity, free from the need for recognition. In those quiet, unseen moments, choices are often driven by integrity, not applause. What we do when no one is watching reveals our truest selves, untouched by the desire to impress, guided instead by inner conviction. This freedom doesn't just arise in fleeting instances. It's woven into the deeper understanding that, with time, every name will fade. No matter how extraordinary a deed may be, its originator will eventually be forgotten. And when we fully grasp the impermanence of personal legacy, something shifts. The burden to leave behind a name etched in history begins to dissolve. What takes its place is a purer sense of direction, one shaped by presence, not posterity. By choosing anonymity now, before the world naturally grants it, we unlock something powerful. Our intentions shift from seeking affirmation to making meaningful change. When ego no longer leads, we begin acting from a place of authenticity. This shift uncovers parts of ourselves we may have long buried. Deeper honesty, untapped creativity and a quiet strength that only emerges when we no longer fear judgment or irrelevance. To recognize that your name will one day disappear is not an act of defeat. It's a release. It ends the relentless pursuit of fame, validation, and permanence. And in that surrender lies an extraordinary gift, the space to be wholly, unapologetically who you are. Part 20. The Distortion of Memory. To be remembered is, in essence, to be transformed. Memory, whether personal or collective, is not a faithful archive. It is a storyteller, one that revises, selects, and reshapes the past. Heroes of history are not recalled as they truly were, but as symbols, a quote, a moment, a myth. Their complexity fades, replaced by simplified narratives. What we preserve are echoes, not lives, legends carved from the ruins of truth. But this isn't only true for figures in textbooks. Memory's bias seeps into our closest relationships. Even those who've walked beside you for years will hold only a version of you, the one molded by their own emotions, perceptions, and needs. The picture they carry is never the full portrait. It's a collage of feeling and memory, stitched together by their own experience of you. However deep the bond, what remains is still a reflection, not reality. Even our own attempts at preservation fall short. Journals, photos, voice recordings, none of these capture the fullness of being alive. The you that existed moment to moment cannot be replicated on a page or screen, and that is the quiet sorrow of remembrance. Not only will we eventually be forgotten, but before that we will already have been altered in memory. Yet there is peace in recognizing this. When you no longer strive to be remembered perfectly, a weight lifts. The pressure to preserve your essence exactly as it was gives way to freedom. You begin to see that even the kindest love distorts, and even the most genuine admiration omits. And in surrendering that need, you make room for serenity. What lasts is not the precise image others hold of you. What endures is subtler. The influence you've had, the thoughts you sparked, the comfort you offered, the perspective you shifted. Though your name may one day disappear, the impact you made lives on, quietly embedded in others' lives, carried forward, not in memory, but in motion. Part 21. The Dance Between Memory and Forgetting. Memory and forgetting are not opposing forces. Rather, they are complementary partners in a delicate and continuous exchange. Like dancers moving in harmony, they rely on each other to create rhythm, direction, and emotional depth in our lives. Their interaction is not a conflict, but a collaboration, one that fuels our growth and inner evolution. When we think of creativity, it's tempting to associate it with perfect recall. Yet, the spark of innovation often arises in the subtle balance between what remains in our minds and what quietly fades. Our most profound insights are born not from total recollection, but from the merging of what is remembered with what has disappeared. If we retained everything, our minds would stagnate, unable to adapt or imagine anew. On the other hand, forgetting without the anchor of memory leads to chaos. Without a thread of continuity, nothing would endure. Ideas would scatter, and identity would disintegrate. It's the interplay, the constant tension, between holding on and letting go that keeps our thoughts flexible and our lives responsive to change. In this light, forgetfulness is not a defect, but a crucial function. It acts as a filter, removing the clutter, preventing overwhelm, and helping us direct our attention toward what truly matters. Far from diminishing memory, forgetting sharpens it. It brings into focus what deserves to be remembered, allowing significance to emerge more clearly. Accepting that we too will one day be forgotten is not an act of despair, but a gesture of insight. It's a recognition that we are part of something vast and eternal. Our presence makes its mark not only through what endures, but also through what quietly vanishes. Both permanence and impermanence shape the landscape of remembrance. This understanding transforms the way we view oblivion. Being forgotten is no longer a disappearance. It is a contribution to a greater, unseen rhythm. Forgetting does not erase meaning. It helps define it. Within the ongoing rhythm of memory's rise and fall, meaning is not lost, but constantly recreated. Part 22. The Continuity of Elements. Your name may be forgotten, your story lost to time. One day, every trace of your individual identity might vanish. But what makes you, at the most fundamental level, endures. The atoms that form your body won't simply disappear. They will continue, shifting shape, fusing with new patterns, becoming part of something else in the vast, unfolding story of the universe. Think about it. The carbon circulating through your blood, the oxygen you breathe, the hydrogen in every cell of your being, none of these are truly yours. They belong to stars that burned before Earth existed. They traveled in rivers older than human memory. They lived in trees, insects, and creatures that are long extinct. Over billions of years, these elements have been part of countless forms, and now, for a brief moment, they are arranged as you. And when your body returns to the earth, those elements won't stop. They'll move again, recombine, and take on new life, new form. This is a different way to think about continuity, not through memory, not through monuments or legacies carved in stone, but through transformation, through participation in a cycle of matter and energy that never truly begins and never truly ends. You are not erased. You are reformed. The building blocks of your being will continue their journey, blending into other patterns, entering new stories. What we call death is not a conclusion. It's a transition, a shift in structure, a change of tempo in the eternal music of existence. When you let go of the idea that you must be remembered, something opens within you. You begin to see your body not as separate, but as a temporary expression of something timeless, a brief configuration of the eternal. And in this awareness, peace can grow. Because even if names fade and identities dissolve, what you are, the essence of you, will not vanish. It will keep flowing. It will keep becoming. It will dance forever in the grand choreography of the cosmos. That dance, that continuity, is a form of immortality, not the kind measured in memory, but one rooted in belonging, an everlasting return to the universe itself. Part 23. The Renewal of Wonder. There's a profound transformation that begins when we come to terms with our inevitable anonymity. In letting go of the wish to be remembered forever, we make room for something far more extraordinary, the quiet miracle of simply being alive. Our obsession with building a legacy can often blind us to life's innate wonder. We're so consumed with the idea of leaving something behind, proof that we mattered, that we miss the awe hidden in the simplest truths, that we breathe, that we feel, that we are aware in this very moment. But as the weight of our imagined significance begins to dissolve, a new kind of vision emerges. The ordinary world, once taken for granted, begins to glow with unexpected brilliance. A modest meal, the warmth of sunlight spilling across a floor, the gentle murmur of conversations around us. These aren't steps on a path to some grand narrative. They are the story. Even our suffering undergoes a shift. When we no longer demand that our pain carry profound meaning or contribute to some lasting impact, it begins to soften. We can face it without needing to immortalize it. And in that softness, a space opens up, one of interest, of presence. Emotions that once felt heavy become vivid, raw, and true. They are no longer shaped by the question, how will this be remembered? But by the honesty of, how does this feel right now? To accept that one day we will fade from memory isn't to drain life of meaning. On the contrary, it liberates us. We stop treating experiences as material for future recollection. We stop framing our days as evidence of a life well lived. Instead, we live fully, immediately, without the need for permanence. And in doing so, we discover that the mundane is anything but. What we once dismissed as background becomes the center of attention. Life is no longer a rehearsal for a legacy. It's the performance itself, beautiful in its brevity, radiant in its reality. Each moment, once freed from the burden of endurance, becomes a gateway to wonder. The strangeness, the beauty, the mystery, they were always there, just behind our longing to make them last. Part 24. The Invitation to Play. Coming to terms with the idea that you won't be remembered forever doesn't have to feel bleak. In fact, it can be liberating. Once you let go of the pressure to leave a permanent mark, something new emerges, an openness to explore, to create, and to live more freely. Life begins to feel less like a performance and more like a playground. Picture a child lost in play. They aren't concerned with making a lasting impression. They aren't building with blocks or drawing pictures to earn praise or make history. And yet, in that wholehearted focus, they discover something extraordinary: delight, wonder, and deep presence. What they make might vanish, but the experience is vivid and real. This pure, joyful engagement isn't just for kids. It has the power to transform adult life too, infusing our work, relationships, and creativity with vitality. When the need to be remembered fades, it clears the way for something more genuine. In that space, innovation flourishes and honest connection becomes possible. Consider a seasoned professional who stops shaping every decision around their reputation and starts following what truly excites them. Surprisingly, their impact often grows, not because they chase recognition, but because they're fully invested in what they do. Or think of an artist who no longer dreams of fame, but paints simply for the joy of it. That raw, unfiltered expression often moves others the most. To welcome the idea of being forgotten is to say yes to a different kind of life, one where growth, play, and risk matter more than perfection. You begin to show up not out of fear of irrelevance, but from a genuine desire to engage with the world. Mistakes become part of the process, not something to avoid. And in a poetic twist, it's often this very spirit, untouched by ambition, that leads to the most enduring creations, not because they were built to last, but because they were made with intention, aliveness, and truth in the moment. Part 25. The fading of memory. Time wears away memories just as waves slowly grind mighty cliffs into sand. This erosion is as inevitable as the shift from winter to spring or the arc of stars overhead. Think of the most prominent figures from 500 years ago. How few people today even recognize their names. Deeds once thought monumental have dwindled to obscure lines in forgotten books. Historical giants like Alexander, Caesar, and Cleopatra once filled the imagination of entire civilizations. Now, they exist mainly as simplified legends, devoid of depth, their real emotions and struggles buried with them. We retain almost nothing of their private thoughts, their doubts, or their quietest moments. Consider the billions of souls who lived and died, each with a story, a world view, people they cherished, and yet nothing of them remains. Even those who built legacies designed to defy time, like the pharaohs with their towering tombs, have largely faded into abstraction. We may know their names or titles, but their personalities and day-to-day lives have vanished, as ephemeral as dew evaporating at dawn. Your great-grandchildren may still speak your name or keep a photograph tucked away. But what of your lineage a few centuries down the line, when your genetic imprint is nearly erased and no one alive remembers who you were? Your legacy will fade like footprints in the sand as the tide smooths the shore, until there is no trace left. But this isn't something to mourn. It's simply the rhythm of existence. This is how equilibrium is preserved across time. Even digital archives, often imagined as timeless, will eventually decay, rendered unreadable by obsolete formats, or simply ignored amid the ever-growing flood of human data. Part 26. The freedom found in being forgotten. There is a unique kind of liberation that comes from recognizing how small and unimportant we are in the vast scheme of the universe. Embracing this truth strips away the pressure to accomplish something grand just to prove that our lives matter. Once you internalize that, your name will fade into obscurity. You are released from the exhausting chase for approval, from both the living and from history. Across centuries, countless people have been crushed by the desire to be remembered. Letting go of that burden allows you to fully engage with the present, placing value not on how you'll be remembered, but on how deeply you're living right now. It's not a surrender to meaninglessness, but rather a rejection of society's obsession with legacy and permanence. This mindset grants you the freedom to live for the sake of living, not for records, accolades, or monuments. When you stop trying to write your name into eternity, the weight of needing to be someone great falls away. What matters instead is the richness of your awareness, the depth of your presence, and how you move through your fleeting moment on earth. Love, given and received, becomes meaningful purely because it is felt, not because it contributes to some imagined legacy. Consider how many lives have been shaped by the desire to be remembered, by the need to perform for an audience they will never meet. They gave up joy and genuine desire for the illusion of lasting recognition. But when you stop resisting the fact that you will be forgotten, something powerful happens. You regain your time, your choices, your life. You begin asking what truly fulfills you, not what makes you look successful to future generations. Small, ordinary pleasures suddenly become profound. A shared laugh, a warm meal, the way sunlight feels on your face. These things are complete in themselves. They aren't tools for a greater purpose. They are the purpose. Their temporary nature doesn't lessen their beauty. If anything, their short-lived existence is what gives them meaning. Just like the sunset that fades, it is its passing that makes it unforgettable. Part 27. The Democracy of Being Forgotten. Oblivion spares no one. It is the final and most impartial form of equality. Whether you are royalty or destitute, brilliant or unremarkable, the end is the same. All are destined to be erased from memory. In that inevitability lies a strange comfort. This collective fading binds every person who has ever lived in a single, universal truth. The pharaoh who ordered the construction of the Great Pyramid and the laborer who toiled under the sun to build it now share the same fate: obscurity. Their physical remains have turned to dust, and their voices have long since fallen silent. The emperor who once ruled empires and the farmer who harvested wheat 2 millennia ago now occupy the same silent space in history, barely remembered, if at all. The social and power divides that once seemed so monumental have vanished in time's passing. Even the few figures whose names have endured, Socrates, Buddha, Confucius, are remembered not as people, but as abstractions. What survives is not the man, but the myth. These individuals have been transformed into simplified ideas, molded by culture to fit present-day narratives. Nearly everything about their actual lives, their habits, their flaws, the way they smiled or argued, has vanished. The core of who they truly were has dissolved into the past, just as your own essence eventually will. Grasping this reality helps tear down the walls we so often place between ourselves and others. Social rank, material success, celebrity, these things that seem so important in the moment are meaningless in the long view of history. Once you truly absorb the idea that both you and those you fight or envy will be equally forgotten, the urgency of many disputes fades away. In the end, what lingers is not your title or achievements, but the quality of awareness you brought to your fleeting life. Part 28. The Illusion of Permanence. Human beings have always sought to outlast themselves, constructing grand monuments, composing literature, and producing art, as a quiet act of defiance against the reality of mortality. These creations are driven by a deep-seated unease with our fleeting existence. Take, for instance, the legendary Library of Alexandria. Once a treasure trove of accumulated wisdom, it was ultimately consumed by fire. That blaze didn't just destroy the texts, it obliterated countless voices, erasing not only their words, but their very memory. Today's digital age gives an impression of permanence, yet our online archives are equally fragile. Websites from the early Internet era have vanished without a trace, taking with them entire digital identities and creative footprints. What we see as durable is merely temporary on the scale of universal time. Even marvels like the Egyptian pyramids, designed to endure, will eventually erode and vanish. Every human accomplishment, no matter how monumental, is destined to disintegrate. Still, this mistaken belief in endurance drives us to devote our energy to legacies that future generations may not notice or care about. We often give up living fully in the present in exchange for a fragile promise of remembrance. But once you embrace the impermanence of all things, creation can become a freer act. You can build something simply because it brings you joy, like crafting a sandcastle, fully aware the ocean will wash it away. And in that awareness, you might discover beauty that permanence could never offer. Part 29. The Weight of Significance. The idea that our lives must hold cosmic importance places an immense and often unbearable weight on the human psyche. It pressures us to validate our existence through accomplishments, recognition, and enduring influence. This pressure leads many to feel chronically insufficient, as if their lives are only valuable if they leave behind something worth remembering. Rather than allowing life to unfold naturally, this belief turns it into something that must be constantly evaluated, like a portfolio of achievements. Yet when people reach the end of their lives, their regrets rarely revolve around not having achieved fame or built lasting empires. As death approaches, it is not the lack of legacy that haunts them, but the everyday joys they neglected, quiet conversations, moments of love, chances to connect more deeply. They do not lament missing out on greatness. They mourn the time they didn't spend with those they cared about, or the feelings they left unspoken. The tragedy of chasing significance is that, in the pursuit of being remembered, we often forfeit the very experiences that make life feel rich and worthwhile. We exchange genuine presence for the illusion of importance, human connection for the hope of being commemorated. But once you release the obsession with being remembered by history, you open the door to meaning in the here and now. True freedom arises when you accept that one day you will be forgotten, and yet choose to live fully anyway, for yourself and those who share this brief moment with you. Part 30. The Witness Illusion. There's a common misconception that our experiences only gain value when someone else sees or remembers them. This belief pushes us to constantly document our lives instead of truly living them, as if we're always on stage for an invisible audience in the future. Think about how often people stand before breathtaking landscapes, yet experience them mainly through the lenses of their phones. In those moments, the priority shifts from presence to proof. We trade the richness of the now for the illusion of preserving it, capturing images that will rarely be revisited and eventually fade from memory entirely. But the depth of any experience isn't tied to whether it's recorded or witnessed. A quiet moment of awe or connection loses none of its authenticity just because it isn't saved or shared. A sunset's beauty is not dependent on a photograph. What you feel in that moment, fully present and unobserved, is enough. The worth of that experience lies in its being lived, not remembered. Letting go of the need for an external observer allows you to engage completely with life as it unfolds. Your awareness alone is a worthy and whole container for every moment. And in embracing that, the mundane becomes meaningful. You begin to realize that no audience is required for a moment to be sacred. The bird song doesn't need applause to be complete, and neither does your life. Part 31. The Memory Paradox. The irony of remembrance is that those whom history honors most often had little concern for being remembered. Their focus wasn't on legacy, but on immersing themselves in what mattered most to them. Take Vincent van Gogh as an example. He died convinced he had failed, unaware that his paintings would one day be celebrated worldwide. He didn't create art to be admired by future generations. He painted because something deep within demanded it. His drive was not about legacy, but about fulfilling an inner compulsion to bring his vision to life. This paradox appears in personal connections as well. People who obsess over being remembered often fade quickest from our minds. In contrast, those who leave a lasting imprint tend to do so by showing up fully, offering real presence. Think of a teacher who shaped your life, not because they sought immortality, but because they cared, listened, and gave of themselves wholeheartedly in the moment. Their influence wasn't calculated. It was a natural outcome of being engaged, not a strategy for lasting fame. Real impact tends to arise when we're absorbed in something meaningful, not because we crave attention, but because we find value in the act itself. Letting go of the need for remembrance can free you to follow what truly resonates with you. Ironically, that very sincerity may be what people remember most about you. Still, no matter how deep the impression you make, time eventually erases all traces. But by the time that happens, it won't matter to you anymore whether your name survives or not. Part 32. The Continuous Presence. Human beings tend to split time into past, present, and future. But this division is a conceptual tool, not a reflection of how reality truly works. In truth, we live only in a constantly unfolding present, while what we call memory and anticipation are simply constructs of the mind. Our desire to be remembered is, at its core, a way of trying to stretch our existence beyond the confines of this ever-shifting now. This longing for permanence reflects a refusal to accept the true nature of time and awareness. But once you genuinely embrace the fact that your existence is confined to the present, the fear of being forgotten loses its power. If all we have is the current moment, then why should it matter whether this moment is remembered at some later point in time? The depth and clarity of your awareness right now becomes the only meaningful way to evaluate the worth of your life. Recognizing this truth radically alters how you spend your limited attention and energy. Much of our concern with being remembered pulls us away from the only place life can actually be lived, the present. We trade our real, living moments for a hypothetical future that we'll never actually experience. But by releasing the need for a lasting legacy, you open the door to truly inhabiting the present. Instead of performing as a character meant for a future audience, you can begin living as a conscious being fully immersed in this moment. Part 33. The Burden of History. Throughout the ages, many individuals have been overwhelmed not by their own failures, but by the expectations inherited from those who came before them. The children of renowned figures and the successors of legendary leaders often find themselves trapped beneath the weight of legacy. The pressure to live up to someone else's remembered greatness can become a cage, limiting the freedom to live genuinely. In this light, perhaps being forgotten is not a tragedy, but a quiet gift we pass on to those who follow. When our memory no longer lingers like a looming standard, it frees others from the need to measure up. Even within families, being held too tightly in remembrance can become a quiet burden. Grief that clings too long binds the living to the past, preventing them from stepping into new seasons of life. Some cultures wisely place time limits on mourning, recognizing that honoring the dead should not come at the cost of the living's vitality. True healing involves a gradual loosening of memory's grip, a soft and compassionate forgetting. When you embrace the inevitability of being forgotten, you relieve others from the duty of remembering you perfectly or forever. In doing so, you offer a final act of grace. You give those left behind the freedom to let go, Letting your memory dim with time is not a betrayal of love, but an offering of liberation. It is a way of saying, live fully, even if I fade. Part 34. A View from the Cosmos. Seen through the lens of the universe's vast timeline, the entirety of human history amounts to no more than a fleeting moment. Everything we've built, every triumph we've claimed, will ultimately vanish. One day, the sun will swell and consume the earth, wiping away every last trace of our existence, buildings, books, and names alike, as if none of it ever happened. This isn't a bleak outlook, but rather a sober acknowledgement of the scale at which the cosmos operates. Across countless galaxies and innumerable stars, the universe unfolds, indifferent to whether humanity remembers itself. In the grand chronology of the cosmos, our species is still in its infancy, and we may vanish long before the universe reaches even a fraction of its full lifespan. Reflecting on these immense time spans can make our desire for a lasting legacy seem almost absurd. Whether one is remembered for a century or a millennium makes little difference when measured against billions of years. Yet, this awareness doesn't strip our lives of value. It simply reframes it. Your life doesn't need to be etched into eternity to have meaning. The universe doesn't require your name to be preserved in order for your existence to matter. Just as a flower's beauty isn't lessened by its brief bloom, your experiences aren't invalidated by their impermanence. In fact, it may be that true wisdom emerges not in resisting our cosmic smallness, but in accepting it, and in discovering deep purpose within the fleeting personal moments that shape our lives. Part 35. The Self-Illusion. The very idea of a fixed self that dreads being forgotten is, in truth, an illusion, a fleeting construct that is always evolving. Who you are today is not who you were a decade ago, nor who you'll become in the future. Your body has regenerated on a cellular level. Your memories have shifted, and your perspectives have evolved over time. In many ways, the versions of yourself from the past are already fading, even from your own recollection. To maintain the sense of a stable identity, we build personal stories, stitching together selective moments and ideas to create a narrative we call me. But this story is incomplete by nature, leaving out most of what actually happened. A large portion of your life is already gone from your own memory, not due to failure, but due to the natural limits of how memory works. Ironically, the self that dreads being erased is already in the process of vanishing, minute by minute. Once you see that your identity is a constantly shifting process rather than a fixed object, the fear of being forgotten begins to lose its grip. After all, if there is no enduring, unchanging self, then what is it that you're so desperate to preserve? This understanding brings liberation. You no longer have to cling to a rigid sense of who you are. Instead, you're free to change, adapt, and redefine yourself, not trapped by the story you've told, but open to becoming something new. Part 36. The Attention Economy. In today's world, both attention and remembrance have become marketable commodities. Our culture has turned visibility into a form of currency, where being noticed and remembered are bought, sold, and measured. Social media platforms exploit our underlying anxiety about being forgotten, offering the illusion of permanence through digital presence. The number of likes, retweets, and followers has come to represent a person's perceived value, as if these fleeting signals could somehow fend off the inevitability of being erased from memory. This monetization of memory fuels a desperate race for relevance, a competition over a resource that, in the grand scheme of things, holds little real substance. Think of the vast amount of human effort wasted on trying to stay visible, to be remembered, rather than simply to exist meaningfully. We sacrifice real-life richness and depth for the appearance of significance, chasing viral fame and curating personal brands instead of embracing moments privately and fully. Hours that could nourish the soul are spent constructing public identities. The underlying message becomes clear. It's better to be briefly visible than to quietly live with presence and depth. But when you make peace with the fact that you'll be forgotten, you step away from this draining economy of attention. You begin to reclaim your time, your focus, your experiences, not as content for others, but as meaningful for yourself. This shift is not just personal, but radical. In a culture that prizes reach over authenticity, opting out is a defiant affirmation of true freedom. Choosing not to be remembered, not to perform for others, is a bold refusal to let algorithms define your worth. It is a declaration that your life matters not because it's seen, but because it is lived, fully, deeply, and without needing applause. Part 37. The Liberation Found in Anonymity. Throughout the span of human history, some of the most enduring and impactful works were created by individuals whose names have been lost to time. Think of the anonymous builders who constructed majestic cathedrals, or the storytellers behind the folk tales that have been passed down through generations. These individuals didn't act out of a desire for fame or personal recognition, but rather were driven by devotion to their craft or by values that transcended their own identities. Because their names were never attached to their work, they were freed from the burden of ego. This lack of attribution allowed their creations to exist purely on their own merit. There's a profound kind of freedom in contributing to the world without leaving your name behind, a form of generosity that expects nothing in return. The anonymous act of giving may be the most sincere and unpolluted version of generosity, precisely because it is detached from the hunger for praise or legacy. When you come to terms with the idea that your name may not be remembered, you begin to access the same kind of freedom in your own life. Your decisions and efforts are no longer calculated for recognition. They begin to hold value simply because they matter to you. The desire to be acknowledged often distorts even our best intentions, turning what could be genuine kindness into self-advertising. But when that desire fades, every deed, no matter how small, can become sacred, meaningful for its own sake. The question then shifts. No longer are you asking, will this make people remember me? Instead, the guiding inquiry becomes, does this reflect what I truly care about? This change in mindset invites a more honest way of living, and paradoxically, it often results in a deeper and more lasting influence on the world. Part 38. The Myth of Originality. The longing to be remembered often drives people to obsess over being original, believing that uniqueness is the path to a lasting legacy. But in truth, what we call originality is rarely pure or unprecedented. All creativity is built upon foundations laid by those who came before us. Inventors, artists, and philosophers don't work in isolation. They are part of an ongoing human lineage that enables their work. Rather than towering monuments to individual genius, Our contributions are modest bricks in a massive, interconnected structure. The most enduring ideas and stories often appear independently in different cultures, revealing that they stem from shared human experiences rather than from singular brilliance. Even when we feel as though we're creating something completely new, we're often echoing timeless patterns and inherited knowledge, rearranging what already exists in a new form. What we believe to be deeply personal revelations are frequently universal, insights that others have also discovered across history. When you let go of the need to be remembered, you can also release the exhausting demand to be original in a way that no one ever has been. This frees you to create from a place of honesty and instinct, rather than from a compulsive need to leave your mark. Recognizing your role as one participant in humanity's long creative continuum is both humbling and freeing. By embracing your small place in this vast human endeavor, you can contribute meaningfully without insisting on personal ownership or fame. It becomes enough to take part in the shared work of creation. Part 39. The Quality of Attention. What ultimately defines the richness of your life is not how long others will remember you, but how deeply and attentively you engage with the present. A mind that's constantly scattered, always reaching for something more, will inevitably experience a hollow existence, no matter how outwardly successful it appears. In contrast, a life grounded in focused awareness, fully immersed in each moment, carries immense value even if it vanishes without a trace. Perhaps the most authentic form of wealth is the ability to be wholly present with whatever is unfolding before you. Yet, time and again, the lure of building a legacy steals us away from that presence. We trade depth for duration, hoping that our names might echo across time. But the promise of being remembered rarely brings the satisfaction we imagined, while the moment we're living slips quietly away, unfelt, unclaimed. Every second we spend trying to cement our place in history is a second we lose from actually inhabiting our lives. However, when we come to terms with the fact that we will be forgotten, we find an unexpected gift, the freedom to give our full attention to now. That awareness can return to where it always belonged, not to some imagined future, but to the immediacy of experience. There's no longer any need to interrupt the moment to prove that it happened. No pressure to record, label, or broadcast your life to others. You just live it, fully, honestly, deeply. And in doing so, you arrive at a sense of completeness that isn't dependent on applause or remembrance. The experience is whole in and of itself. Its value isn't measured by who recalls it later, but by the sincerity with which it was lived. Part 40. The Inheritance of Forgetting. Every generation loses most of what the one before it knew, cherished, and remembered. This fading of memory isn't a flaw. It's a feature of how culture stays alive and capable of change. If we clung to every belief, every tradition, and every idea of our ancestors, we would be paralyzed by the sheer weight of the past. Without the ability to forget, progress would be impossible. Forgetting clears the path for innovation, fresh perspectives, and renewed values. It enables each generation to reshape their reality based on what they face now, not what was dictated long ago. Just as an individual mind needs to forget in order to function clearly, so too does a culture rely on forgetting to stay dynamic and alive. To be forgotten, then, is not a failure. It's a form of participation. Letting go of the desire to be remembered is a quiet act of trust in those who come after. It's a recognition that their world will not, and should not, be shaped entirely by ours. By releasing your hold on what the future should preserve, you make room for it to become what it needs to be. This act of humility and generosity may be the most meaningful legacy of all, giving future generations the freedom to imagine and build their world without carrying the full weight of ours. Part 41. The Intimacy of Impermanence. There is a unique closeness that arises when we fully recognize the fleeting nature of a moment. This is why farewells at train stations, final conversations before someone passes, or evenings spent watching the sunset can feel so profoundly emotional. The certainty that something is coming to an end lends a depth and tenderness that long-lasting situations often lack. When we admit to ourselves that something will not last, we gain access to a deeper emotional resonance within it. Take, for instance, the Japanese aesthetic ideal known as mono no aware, the gentle sorrow and appreciation evoked by the passing of all things. The cherry blossom is revered not in spite of its brief bloom, but because of it. Its short life gives rise to a beauty that endures more vividly in the heart than any everlasting flower ever could. Impermanence does not diminish meaning, it enhances it. There is a delicate sweetness, a quiet intensity that only the temporary can offer. And when we stop fighting against this transience, when we let go of the need to be remembered, we open ourselves to this richness in every area of life. We begin to see each moment as something rare and worthy of complete presence precisely because it won't return. This awareness isn't something sorrowful. It's something profound. It doesn't shrink our lives. It deepens them. When we embrace the reality that nothing lasts forever, even the most ordinary moments take on a kind of sacred weight. You begin to inhabit your existence more fully, not in defiance of your own forgettability, but in reverence to the brief and extraordinary fact that you are here at all. Part 42. The Currency of Remembrance. In modern society, being remembered has taken on the role of a transactional reward, offered like payment for behavior deemed noteworthy. We treat memory like a prize or punishment, assuming everyone desires it. The phrase, "you'll be remembered for this," can sound like either a blessing or a warning, depending on the speaker's tone. We talk about paying tribute as though memory is a debt owed to those we see as significant. This creates a subtle economy of recognition, one that often rewards spectacle over substance. In such a system, history elevates those who seize attention. Warriors are remembered more often than caregivers, and the sensational is honored more than the quiet or careful. Our monuments often commemorate conquest, indulgence, and control, traits we should have outgrown. Meanwhile, the everyday expressions of kindness and decency that uphold our shared humanity remain mostly invisible in the historical record. When you let go of the need to be remembered, you step outside this distorted framework. Your decisions no longer have to be filtered through the lens of legacy. You begin to act not for applause, but for the inherent worth of the act itself. This is a kind of freedom when no one is watching, and you still choose compassion. The unseen gesture, the private kindness, becomes as profound, perhaps more so, than any celebrated deed. Part 43. The Illusion of Control. The yearning to be remembered reveals a deeper misunderstanding, the belief that we can control how the future perceives us. In truth, we have no authority over how we'll be recalled, or if we'll be remembered at all. Despite our efforts, memory is shaped by others, often in ways we would never choose. Some are remembered for things they would have rejected, even despised. History, indifferent to our intentions, reshapes us to fit its own narratives. Think of artists like Vincent van Gogh or writers like Franz Kafka. They lived in obscurity, only to gain recognition long after death, recognition they neither witnessed nor shaped. Had they tried to manage their reputations, those efforts would have proven useless. Today, even those who publish memoirs or create institutions in their name have no guarantee of how their lives will be interpreted by future generations. The meaning we assign to our existence is never permanently fixed. When you come to terms with the fact that you will eventually be forgotten, you also relinquish the fantasy that you can dictate your legacy. You realize that remembrance is not a realm you control. This clarity redirects your attention to what is within your grasp, the richness of the present moment and the way you affect others here and now. You regain power not through legacy, but through presence. Your life's meaning isn't locked in the echo it might leave behind, but in the way you live it today. Part 44. The Ethics of Presence. There is a moral clarity that emerges when you truly accept the inevitability of being forgotten. Letting go of the desire to be remembered opens the door to a more honest kind of ethical living. Without the expectation of recognition or legacy, your choices are guided by intrinsic values rather than external validation. Deeds performed simply because they are right, not because they will be praised, often carry a rare integrity, unclouded by ulterior motives. The most ethically grounded act, perhaps, is the one you would still choose, even if no one ever witnessed it. Think of how often people justify questionable behavior by pointing to some hoped-for future benefit or grand historical purpose. We wound the present in the name of a future that may never arrive, a future in which we imagine ourselves honored. But once you let go of that fantasy, your moral calculations shift. Instead of asking what future generations might think, you begin to ask, what does this choice reveal about who I am right now? The measure becomes not whether history will celebrate you, but whether your action brings real relief to someone, eases suffering, or sparks joy in the world as it is. By surrendering the dream of legacy, you free yourself to be fully present in your ethical responsibilities. You stop acting for statues or stories and start acting for the people beside you, the world around you, and the truth within you. Part 45. The Wisdom in Embracing Uncertainty. Genuine wisdom often begins with the recognition of our limitations, especially the things we cannot predict or influence. Among the most profound of these unknowns is how our lives will be perceived in the future. Whether anyone remembers us at all, or what meaning might be drawn from our existence, remains entirely outside our grasp. Even our future selves, shaped by experiences we have yet to encounter, lie beyond the reach of current understanding. Still, the human mind instinctively resists such ambiguity. In an effort to find comfort, it crafts hopeful visions of being appreciated long after we're gone. We imagine that, someday, future generations might see us more clearly or value us more deeply than those around us ever did. But this imagined audience is not real. It is simply a reflection of our current longing to be seen and affirmed. These dreams of posthumous recognition are not prophecies. They are coping mechanisms. The most grounded response is to treat these fantasies with gentleness, understanding them for what they are. The mind's attempt to inject certainty into what is, by nature, unknowable. By making peace with the likelihood that you will be forgotten, you come into deeper alignment with this essential uncertainty. You surrender the illusion of control over your legacy, and in doing so, you gain something far more valuable, a liberated sense of agency in the present. Far from paralyzing you, this acceptance grants a clarity of purpose untethered from concern over how you'll be remembered. It is in this space, where expectations about your posthumous reputation dissolve, that you can fully awaken to the richness and unpredictability of life as it unfolds. You are no longer confined by the need to script your story for the future. Instead, you become open to the unexpected, alive to the wonder of each moment, and free to live without chasing after a legacy. Part 46. The Poetry of Passing. There's a deep and stirring beauty in the things that vanish, a lyrical resonance in their impermanence that no enduring monument could ever match. Take, for instance, the sand mandala, each grain placed with meditative care, only to be ritually swept away once complete. Its destruction is not an afterthought, but a vital part of what gives it meaning. The mandala embodies the fleeting nature of all things. Its erasure isn't a loss, it's the culmination of its purpose. In much the same way, our lives hold the potential to be poetic, not in spite of their transience, but because of it. The intricate design of your life doesn't need to outlast you in order to be meaningful. Like the mandala, perhaps the essence of life is found in the very fact that it does not last. There's a quiet completeness in returning to the elements from which we came, a fulfillment that doesn't come from permanence, but from having existed fully and then letting go. To accept that you will fade from memory is to make room for the artistry of impermanence. You become free to shape your life with care and purpose, knowing that its dissolution is not a flaw, but an integral part of its grace. This shift in view changes how we see all endings. Rather than fearing them, we begin to understand them as essential elements of life's rhythm. Without the silence that follows, a song could never end. Without forgetting, memory would hold no shape. It is in this contrast, in silence, in absence, in the inevitable letting go, that the true poetry of life is revealed. Part 47. The Alchemy of Acceptance. To accept that you will one day be forgotten is to transmute the weight of existential fear into the richness of present awareness. This is no mere intellectual realization, it's a transformation that takes root in the body, unfolding slowly and often painfully. What begins as an unsettling recognition, one we instinctively resist, eventually becomes, with reflection, a surprising gateway to freedom. What at first feels like a loss turns out to be an unexpected opening, a clearing away of illusion, making space for a more honest way of living. This shift is not abrupt. It matures gradually as the truth of impermanence seeps from the mind into the heart. In many ways, the journey mirrors grief. Denial gives way to anger, anger to bargaining, then depression, and finally, if one is fortunate, acceptance. But many people remain stuck in that middle stage, bargaining with time, seeking a version of immortality through accomplishments, fame, or children. Still, for those who go all the way, who fully accept their impermanence, a new kind of presence becomes possible, one unattainable for those still running from the inevitable. This is not surrender, nor is it apathy. It is a reorientation of what you value and where you place your attention. You do not stop caring. You begin to care differently, more deeply, about what truly exists, the felt experience of now. Such a transformation cannot be engineered or hurried. It arises organically from sincere reflection on the temporary nature of your existence. And the deeper this understanding becomes, the more fully you are able to inhabit the present moment, unburdened, awake, and alive. Part 48. The Value of Experience. What if the most precious thing we possess isn't how long we live or the impact we're remembered for, but the depth of our awareness in each passing moment? Could it be that life's real meaning lies not in its length or in the stories told about us, but in how completely we inhabit each instant? Think about it. Just one breath, fully lived, fully felt, with no noise in the mind, no distraction pulling us away, can carry more depth than decades spent half awake. In that brief, clear moment of pure presence, there's a wholeness that doesn't ask for applause or permanence. It just is, and that's enough. Experience doesn't require a spotlight to be valuable. It doesn't need to be remembered, recorded, or celebrated to matter. A sudden burst of laughter, an unspoken connection shared in a glance, or a quiet realization that shifts your inner world. These fleeting experiences may vanish quickly, but they carry their own silent gravity. They matter because they were real. Their value is not earned. It's already there. And here's the paradox. The moment you stop worrying about being remembered, something shifts inside. Not out of apathy, but out of clarity. You stop chasing permanence. You start noticing depth. You move from the need to be seen to the desire to see. The grip loosens. You no longer cling to every moment, trying to make it last or prove its worth. Instead, you're in it, more honestly, more fully. Without the burden of legacy, the smallest sensations open wide. A breeze on your face, a song that stirs a memory, the quiet comfort of someone's hand in yours. Suddenly, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. And in that stillness, without needing to be remembered, validated, or praised, you step into something rare, the simple, undiluted experience of now, alive, present, whole. Part 49. The Intimacy Found in Impermanence. There's a unique closeness that arises when we come to truly understand that nothing is meant to last. Not our lives, not those we hold dear, nor the precious moments that make us feel most alive. With that understanding comes a kind of silent respect, an unspoken agreement about how fragile everything really is. When we fully comprehend that death eventually touches all things, the separations we once clung to between ourselves and others begin to fall away. In acknowledging the temporary nature of existence, something extraordinary happens. We start to recognize a shared essence that transcends personal differences. Our hearts open not just to people, but to the fleeting beauty of the world itself. The final light of day disappearing behind the horizon, the brief flowering of spring, the hush that lingers before the morning breaks. These moments stir us precisely because they are passing. Their impermanence is what makes them meaningful. From this way of seeing, a new kind of belonging emerges, one that isn't built on the illusion of forever, but on the quiet ebb and flow of life. We start to feel connected through the shared experience of arrival and departure, growth and decay. In recognizing that we are all simply passing through, a quiet kindness grows within us. We become gentler in how we treat others, more attentive in how we love, more aware of just how delicate each encounter really is. Understanding that our names too will one day be forgotten doesn't isolate us, it liberates us. In that truth, we find an unexpected closeness. The bond we share with life isn't found in what stays, it's found in what leaves. We're not held together by permanence, but by the ever-present truth of transience. This truth transforms us. It softens the edges of our defenses. It invites us to open our eyes fully and witness each other without the masks. In surrendering to the fact that everything we know is temporary, we tap into a kind of tenderness that is anything but fragile. In that shared vulnerability, the deepest and most lasting human connections often begin. Part 50. The Lightness of Being. There is an unexpected kind of liberation that emerges when we release the urge to be remembered. The silent weight of imagined legacy, the sense that every action must endure the gaze of some future observer, begins to lift. In its absence, we find ourselves moving through life with greater ease, more aligned with who we really are. Think about how much of our energy is spent catering to an audience that doesn't even exist. Ghostly onlookers conjured by our own minds. We modify our choices, our language, even the shape of our ambitions, all in anticipation of how they might be viewed once we're no longer here. But this isn't just about others. Over time, that imagined scrutiny becomes a voice within us. It whispers that we must be admirable, consistent, praiseworthy, always. This internal script starts to define our identity, turning the aspiration to be memorable into a quiet, persistent pressure. A pressure we rarely question. And then something profound happens when we do question it, when we stop striving to be etched into history. A new kind of stillness appears, a freedom, unfamiliar yet exhilarating, begins to unfold. We start to rediscover parts of ourselves we had pushed aside, believing they didn't fit the persona we were trying to sustain. The firm architecture of self that we had constructed starts to loosen. In its place grows something more organic, more rooted, an identity that is present, responsive, and undeniably real. When we come to terms with the idea that we might be forgotten, and that forgetting is a natural part of existence, we set down a heavy burden. We no longer need to perform for a jury that may never convene. And in that release, many find a shift deep within, a sense of lightness, a surge of vitality, even a spark of creativity long dormant. What once felt like a painful truth, that our names may someday vanish, becomes a surprising threshold. Beyond it lies not sorrow, but serenity, not absence, but astonishing freedom. Part 51. The Wisdom of Insignificance. True wisdom doesn't always arrive in moments of triumph or pride. More often, it begins in stillness, in the quiet acceptance of a simple truth. We are small, brief participants in an unimaginably vast universe. But rather than being a source of despair, this recognition invites clarity and transformation. Across civilizations and centuries, sages and philosophers have turned to this very realization as the foundation of insight. Socrates once declared that his wisdom came from knowing the limits of his knowledge. In Buddhism, the teaching of anatta, the non-self, asks us to strip away illusions of permanence in order to see more clearly what is real. Accepting that we are not central to the cosmos, not infinite, and not exempt from change is not an act of self-negation. It is, in fact, the beginning of true understanding. When we release the pressure to make our lives universally significant, we unlock the beauty of meaning found in immediacy. Significance isn't always about leaving a legacy etched in time. Sometimes it's found in the small, sincere gestures that shape the world around us. A kind word offered at the right moment, the care embedded in our work, the authenticity we bring to those we love. This redefinition of meaning, free from the obsession with eternal remembrance, nurtures a quieter, more grounded kind of freedom. It lets us live more honestly without the constant burden of measuring our worth against an imagined cosmic scoreboard. To accept the truth that we will be forgotten is not to surrender to insignificance. It's an act of courage, a choice to live fully within the scope of who we really are. This is not failure. It is a form of loyalty to our nature, to a life rooted in presence, not illusion. As this awareness deepens, it reshapes how we meet success and failure, praise and criticism. When we stop chasing after mythical ideals of greatness, we gain the ability to engage with life as it is, with focus, with clarity, and with compassion. Our vision sharpens, the noise fades, and here lies the paradox. Understanding our limits does not shrink us. It strengthens us. Letting go of inflated fantasies allows us to move with honesty and purpose. We stop posturing and start participating. By embracing our smallness, we are not diminishing our value. We are refining what it means to be fully, deeply alive. Part 52. The Appreciation of Finitude. There is a profound truth embedded in our experience of life. Its value does not stem from its duration, but from its inevitable conclusion. The very knowledge that life is finite intensifies every conscious moment. Much like how rarity enhances the worth of a diamond or the bloom of a fragile flower, the awareness of our own impermanence magnifies the richness of our existence. It is this transience that imbues our days with a quiet, solemn significance. The weight of a moment comes not only from how long we are alive, but from how long our presence echoes after we are gone. And even that echo, our memory, fades with time. In that fading lies a paradoxical beauty. It is precisely because remembrance does not endure that it becomes meaningful. The brief span during which we are remembered by those who loved us, lived alongside us, or were touched by our presence, derives its power from its temporariness. Like the soft, sudden bloom of cherry blossoms, memory's fragility is what makes it sacred. To come to terms with our eventual obscurity is not to lose hope, but to gain reverence for what little time we do have. Meaning is not erased by limits, it is shaped by them. This awareness transforms how we experience endings. What once seemed like losses, aging, mortality, the slow dimming of what once was vivid, begins to appear as necessary contours within the shape of meaning itself. Just as silence gives music its rhythm, and the sculptor's chisel creates form through what it removes. It is finitude that allows meaning to take form. To forget, like to die, is not to void meaning, but to make it possible. Without an end, nothing would be rare. Without forgetting, memory would not matter. In life's impermanence lies its deepest truth, and perhaps its greatest gift. Part 53. The authenticity of temporality. Authentic existence doesn't begin by rejecting time. It begins by recognizing its inescapable presence. It's not in pretending that life will last forever, but in facing its fleeting nature that we uncover what is real. Think about how much energy we pour into trying to outlive ourselves, constructing legacies, chasing achievements, hoping our names will endure. Isn't it strange how much we rely on the illusion that something permanent can be built on the foundation of time, which is always moving? This longing for lasting impact often distracts us from what's right in front of us. Our attention drifts from the present and settles on a future shaped by ambition, not experience. But true authenticity doesn't lie in being remembered. It unfolds in the depth of our presence, here and now. This awareness doesn't remain abstract. It seeps into our choices, our habits, and how we connect with others. When we genuinely accept that everything is temporary, we stop clinging. We begin to appreciate people and experiences for what they offer in the moment, not for how long we can hold on to them. A relationship is no less valuable because it might not last forever. In fact, it becomes more sincere when its beauty is recognized as transient. A creative pursuit becomes more honest when done for the joy or meaning it brings now, rather than for some imagined glory. There's a subtle strength in realizing that we won't be remembered forever, that eventually even our names may fade. But this isn't a cause for despair. Quite the opposite. It can be liberating. By letting go of the pressure to defy time, we begin to live with it. And then something shifts. The quiet, persistent fear, the one that tells us we must be important, must leave something behind, begins to dissolve. In its place, a different kind of peace appears, not the peace of lasting recognition, but of honest presence, not immortality, but intimacy with what is. In choosing to honor what is temporary, we begin to live more truthfully, and in doing so, we uncover something deeper than permanence. We find what is real. Part 54. The gift of transience. What if fading from memory isn't something to resist, but something to embrace? What if being forgotten isn't evidence that we failed to make a mark, but instead a final quiet act of mercy, freeing us from the exhausting duty of constantly performing the roles we've been assigned? Think of how draining it is to remain forever tethered to a fixed identity, to be seen only as the person others expect, frozen in their perception. This isn't always a tribute. Sometimes it's a burden. The need to uphold a consistent self can slowly transform from a sense of legacy into a subtle kind of imprisonment. Yet the gentle release of being forgotten doesn't apply solely to individuals. It speaks to something greater. Imagine a culture unable to loosen its grip on history, trapped by its icons, wounded by its scars, bound by stories too often told. Over time, the sheer weight of remembrance can grow oppressive. It slows progress, stalls transformation. A society unable to forget remains stuck, unable to evolve or envision anything beyond its past. In this light, forgetting becomes something powerful, an engine for change. It opens the door to possibility. It clears away the noise of what has been, creating space for what has not yet emerged. And when we can accept that being forgotten is not a defeat, but an inevitability, we unlock a profound stillness, one not dependent on legacy or performance. We release our grip. We cease striving for permanence. We begin to notice the delicate beauty of things that don't last. Seen this way, forgetfulness doesn't strip life of meaning. It isn't destruction. It isn't emptiness. It is grace, a quiet invitation from the universe to transform, to let go, to rest. Ultimately, forgetting is not a loss to mourn. It is a gift offered to all things in time. Part 55. The freedom found in being ordinary. True freedom doesn't stem from greatness. It emerges when we fully accept our ordinariness. This isn't defeat or despair. It's a profound realization. We belong to the sweeping, shared story of humanity, a story written by countless lives that passed quietly through time. There's a subtle arrogance in believing we are destined to be remembered forever. Consider this. The annals of history are filled with billions of people whose names no longer remain. Why should ours endure beyond theirs? The desire to stand out, to be exceptional, often leads to disappointment. Our lives seldom match the grand narratives we imagine for ourselves. But once we let go of that need to be extraordinary, something quietly transformative unfolds. We begin to notice the beauty in what we once overlooked. A brief conversation, a shared meal, a day of calm with nothing remarkable. These moments become deeply valuable when we're no longer obsessed with being remarkable ourselves. Ironically, it is by releasing the need for the extraordinary that we discover it, quietly hidden within the gentle rhythm of everyday life. When we come to terms with the fact that we'll eventually be forgotten, we connect with the silent grace of those who came before us. In this acceptance lies comfort, freedom from the pressure to matter in grand ways, and freedom from the fear of vanishing into obscurity. Letting go of the need to leave a mark is not a defeat. It is a release. There is deep peace in embracing the ordinary. It liberates us to be genuine, to live meaningfully, and to finally step away from the relentless pursuit of legacy. Part 56. The Return to Essence. To be forgotten does not mean we cease to exist. It means we are quietly drawn back into the original vastness from which we once emerged, a silent reunion with the source, unshaped and infinite. Forgetting, then, is not erasure. It is a return, a soft folding back into the formless potential that birthed us. Think of memory not as a retrieval, but as a reinvention. Each time we recall, we do not summon things as they were. We reshape them. We mold them with language, wrap them in form, and hold them in definitions. In this process, what was once boundless is pressed into shape, made smaller so it can be understood. Memory always comes at the cost of immensity. But when something is forgotten, it slips free of those definitions. It escapes the scaffolding of our constructed identities. To be forgotten is to return to a state before names, before boundaries, before separation. This is not a loss, but a release, not an end, but a homecoming. Just as the stream surrenders to the ocean, so too does the self dissolve, not in defeat, but in completion. There is no sorrow in this return. It is not a vanishing act, but a reunion with totality. It isn't silence. It is the full sound of unity. Completion is not found in clinging to the self, but in the gentle letting go of distinction and difference. And when we stop fearing the idea of being forgotten, something within us quietly transforms. The tightness around the heart begins to soften. What was once fear becomes awe. What was dread becomes a curious, quiet peace. And suddenly, to be forgotten no longer feels like falling away. It feels like coming home. Through this lens, the unknown becomes luminous. Oblivion, once feared, reveals its true face, not as disappearance, but as return. It is not the destruction of the self, but the rediscovery of something more ancient and whole. In forgetting, we do not vanish. We are rediscovered. In essence, in oneness, beyond all names. Part 57. The Quantum of Identity. We usually think about consciousness in straightforward, functional terms, but this practical mindset can actually obscure deeper truths. It leads us to see identity as something fixed and continuous, when in fact it may be far more fluid, more akin to quantum phenomena than to anything solid or stable. From this broader perspective, being forgotten isn't a tragedy. It's a recognition of something that was always true. The self we try to hold on to was never permanent. The version of ourselves we try to immortalize, what we want others to recall after we're gone, is a mental fabrication. It feels concrete, but it's really just a psychological construct, a story our minds stitched together to give shape to our experiences. Forgetting doesn't destroy something real. It dissolves the illusion and leaves behind the deeper, often overlooked reality. In essence, there is no continuous self. What we call identity is just a narrative layered over fleeting bursts of consciousness. These moments, in their most authentic state, stand alone, discrete and unconnected. So when we are forgotten, we're not being erased. The illusion we mistook for permanence is simply being undone, and in that undoing, something extraordinary is revealed, the quantum-like nature of awareness itself. To embrace the inevitability of being forgotten is not to abandon meaning. It's to return to a more honest understanding of who we are. You're not losing significance. You're realigning with a deeper, more essential truth. Identity, as we've known it, only continues as long as it's remembered. Without memory, the continuity collapses, and what remains is something far more authentic. This realization can be liberating. When you no longer feel compelled to maintain a consistent story about yourself, the weight of that burden lifts. You start to see that you were never meant to play a single, unchanging role in a straight-line narrative. Releasing the need to be remembered doesn't strip you of your essence. It uncovers it. What arises in place of that fixed identity isn't emptiness, but clarity. Not a lesser version of self, but one that flows freely, no longer confined by storyline or memory. In this state, you're not diminished. You are finally unbound. You begin to live not as a character defined by the past, but as pure presence, no longer held captive by the illusion of permanence, but rooted in the truth of existence itself. Part 58. The Economy of Attention. Human memory operates within a framework of limited cognitive capacity. To hold on to one vivid moment often requires letting countless others fade into obscurity. Our minds aren't built to retain every experience equally. Instead, they prioritize, refine, and elevate what feels most essential. Even across a single lifetime, the memories that endure most clearly do so because others have quietly slipped away. In this sense, memory is not an act of endless collection, but one of careful selection. This principle isn't confined to individuals alone. Just as personal memory depends on focused attention, the memory of entire cultures and societies functions through similar constraints. Collective remembrance demands discernment, choosing what to memorialize and what to release. No civilization can survive if it tries to honor every historical detail with equal weight. To spotlight one narrative is, by necessity, to dim others, not out of disregard, but because the capacity to pay attention is inherently finite. For this reason, history cannot be seen as a complete or objective record of all that transpired. Instead, it should be understood as a curated story, a selective, often intentional compilation of what a society considers meaningful. Recognizing this allows us to more honestly locate ourselves within history's unfolding chapters, acknowledging that most of us, and most of what we do, will eventually be forgotten is not a cynical view, but a realistic one, grounded in the natural limitations of human recollection. Yet this awareness need not lead to despair. On the contrary, it invites us to appreciate the workings of memory with greater compassion, for ourselves and for others. It shows us that forgetting is not a flaw, but a vital mechanism of memory itself. Forgetting is what grants memory its contours, its organization, and its resonance. Without the act of forgetting, memory would lose its form and collapse under the weight of everything it tried to carry. Part 59. The Paradox of Legacy. At the core of legacy lies a striking contradiction. The harder one tries to be remembered, the more elusive that remembrance becomes. Those consumed by the desire to leave their mark on history often take steps that, unintentionally, sabotage the very legacy they wish to secure. When the pursuit of legacy overshadows all else, the resulting efforts frequently come off as forced, devoid of the authenticity that resonates across time. What was intended to last ends up feeling orchestrated and ultimately forgettable. Consider the creator who crafts their work with future accolades in mind. That kind of output often lacks the unfiltered passion and honesty that define timeless art. And this phenomenon isn't limited to artists. A political leader more focused on their historical image than their people's immediate needs may lose sight of their core responsibilities. A scientist preoccupied with personal credit may overlook the discoveries that only collective effort can unlock. This longing to be remembered can slowly erode the very essence that would have made someone unforgettable. The tighter they cling to the image of a lasting legacy, the faster it seems to slip away. Yet something remarkable occurs when an individual accepts the possibility of being forgotten. In letting go of the need to be immortalized, they unlock a kind of liberation, a clarity that sharpens their vision and purifies their intentions. Freed from the burden of how history might judge them, they become more grounded, more genuine, and more impactful. And herein lies the paradox. Those who abandon the pursuit of legacy often create the most profound and enduring influence. By choosing integrity over recognition and purpose over publicity, they offer something far more valuable than a remembered name. They offer enduring meaning. In the end, surrendering the obsession with legacy may be the very thing that grants it. Part 60. The Courage of Acceptance. True strength lies in embracing reality. Courage doesn't always look like defiance. Sometimes the bravest act is to meet the certainty of being forgotten, not with denial, but with open eyes and a steady heart. Acceptance in this light is not giving up. It is an uncommon form of resilience, the strength to face the truth without shrinking from it. The comfort of illusions versus the power of clarity. It's tempting to take refuge in comforting narratives, the idea that our names, our creations, or our contributions might echo through time. These stories give us solace, but to confront the hard truth that all things eventually fade demands a more profound kind of bravery. And it's in this confrontation that a quiet but powerful form of courage begins to awaken. A different kind of bravery. This courage is not loud. It doesn't clamor for attention or accolades. Instead, it manifests in how we live, honestly, without performing for the approval of some imagined audience. Letting go of the need to be remembered frees us to make choices rooted in presence, not performance. The grounded way of being. Someone who has embraced their own impermanence carries themselves differently. Their actions aren't shaped by the desire to leave a mark, but by a commitment to live sincerely. There's a calm weight to them, not born from striving, but from understanding. Their presence speaks more profoundly than the polished efforts of those fixated on being remembered. Freedom through letting go. Realizing that you too will one day be forgotten is not a sentence to despair. It is a call to liberation. When you embrace what most fear, you gain access to a deeper truth. The greatest freedom is not found in being remembered, but in being genuine, living fully here and now. This change in mindset doesn't just alter how you view legacy, it reshapes your relationship with life itself. When you stop struggling against the flow of time and choose instead to be truly present, you uncover a more vibrant way of existing. Here, in the fullness of each moment, is where real courage is born, not in resisting our fading, but in boldly choosing to live while we can. Part 61. The Weight of Remembrance. Imagine, just for a moment, what it truly means to never be forgotten. While we often glorify the concept of leaving a lasting mark on the world, there's an overlooked cost to eternal remembrance. Immortality in memory is not only a tribute, it's a kind of confinement. It means being permanently captured in a single version of yourself, one that can neither shift nor grow. For those constantly in the public eye, the pressure to maintain an image is relentless. What may start as a carefully curated persona soon hardens into a cage. Every small deviation feels risky. Over time, sincerity gives way to performance. Now, imagine living like that not just for years, but for all time. Your name sealed into history, unable to evolve, to falter, or to find new meaning. But the weight of remembrance doesn't fall solely on those who are remembered. Those who carry the memory also bear its burden. The responsibility of keeping someone's legacy alive, of ensuring they are never forgotten, can slowly become a heavy, unshakable duty. And when entire societies anchor themselves in reverence for the past, they often sacrifice the present in the process. The constant act of honoring history, though meaningful, can quietly stall progress. Instead of moving forward, the living become caretakers of what once was, tending to the memory of the dead while the future quietly drifts away. There is, however, a different way, one that doesn't cling to permanence, but welcomes release. When we come to terms with the idea that our stories may fade with time, we free ourselves from the exhausting task of preserving a flawless version of our identity. And just as importantly, we free others from the pressure of holding on. In that mutual letting go, we find something precious: peace. We find room to breathe. To be forgotten is not the same as being erased. It is a return to the rhythm of life, fluid, changing, unconstrained. Forgetting is not a betrayal. It is an opening. It clears the ground, allowing something new to take root. It does not strip away meaning. It makes space for growth, for renewal, for becoming. Part 62. The Ecology of Identity. Identity as an ecosystem. Who we are doesn't materialize in a vacuum. Our identities take shape within a vast and interwoven tapestry of interactions, relationships with people, with our environments, and with the cultures we inhabit. Rather than imagining the self as a solid, permanent structure, it's more accurate to picture it as a fluid node, shifting and reshaping in response to the forces around it. Your identity is not a standalone artifact. It's the result of ongoing exchange with a living, changing world. What it means to be forgotten. From this ecological point of view, being forgotten isn't the same as vanishing. It's more like a transformation. The elements that once converged to form your sense of self don't disappear. They are reabsorbed into the broader field of existence. Just as in nature, where matter breaks down only to nourish new life, the components of your identity continue to flow through the system, redistributed, reimagined, and reborn in other forms. The reorganization of the self. What may feel like fading away is, in truth, a reorganization. To accept that we may someday be forgotten is not defeat. It's a quiet agreement with a deeper reality. We were never separate. We were never still. We have always been in motion, fleeting, changing, participating in something larger. Letting go of the need for lasting recognition can bring a surprising serenity, a calm sense of homecoming. It's not disappearance, it's continuity, redefined. An invitation, not a loss. When viewed through this lens, forgetting is not an erasure, but an invitation. It doesn't mark an end, it signifies transformation. It's a gentle reminder that we belong to the cycles of nature itself, those constant rhythms of growth, decay, and renewal that sustain life. In being forgotten, we return to the flow of things, not as isolated individuals, but as essential threads in a much larger fabric. Part 63. The Horizon of Meaning. Meaning doesn't require the weight of legacy to be profound. Often, it finds its fullest form not in historical records, but in the fleeting arc of a single human life, entire, self-contained, and untouched by whether anyone will remember it. It's not about carving your name into stone, but about recognizing a subtle harmony that resonates within you, a silent rhythm more felt than seen. We come to understand our lives through the repetition of quiet themes, moments that recur like refrains in a private song only we can hear. These motifs don't need applause or acknowledgement to hold value. They matter simply because we live them, not because anyone else sees them. This kind of meaning is rooted in the now. It doesn't depend on how or whether it will be interpreted in the future. It thrives in the closeness of genuine relationships and in the vividness of our present experiences. A parent's love for their child, for instance, isn't made real by being remembered. It matters because it exists, wholly and without condition. Some insights come to us quietly, without ceremony. They may never be voiced, never make it to the page, never be echoed back by others, and yet their impact is undeniable, measured in how they shape the soul of the person who holds them. The moment we release the need to be remembered, something shifts. A quiet liberation occurs, the freedom to live truthfully rather than perform for posterity. We begin to center ourselves on what is right in front of us. Our energy moves toward what is tangible, what is meaningful today. We no longer chase an illusion of permanence, and paradoxically, this grounded presence brings a more lasting sense of peace than any monument to our memory ever could. And from this transformation, a profound realization emerges. The most lasting truths may not be those we pass on, but those we embody, not the legacies we leave, but the lives we fully live. Part 64. The Quality of Time. What if time's true worth wasn't about how long it lasts, but how deeply we live it? Imagine a world where we don't measure life in hours or years, but in how vividly we experience each passing moment, where a single fully conscious heartbeat could outweigh a decade spent drifting through routine. This shift in thinking breaks the chains of our obsession with clocks and calendars. It asks us to see time not as something we track, but something we feel, not as duration, but as depth. Under this lens, memory's gradual fading no longer erodes the value of what we lived. Because when experience itself is the point, forgetting becomes irrelevant. A moment doesn't need to be remembered to be real. Its meaning comes from how wholly it was inhabited, not from how long it lingers in our minds. A life deeply lived doesn't need to be preserved in history to have mattered. And when you finally make peace with the quiet truth that someday your name will vanish into silence, something within you softens. You loosen your hold on legacy. You stop measuring your worth by what might outlast you. Your attention returns home to the present, from permanence to presence, from endurance to intensity. No longer stretched thin across time, you begin to dig down into it, discovering not how far you can go, but how deep you can feel. You ground yourself in this moment. You breathe with intention. You offer your full attention to what's directly in front of you. And suddenly, the simple things begin to shine. When you're no longer trying to build monuments in time, you uncover something timeless. A single instant of complete presence can contain more truth, more beauty, and more significance than entire lifetimes lived on the surface. Part 65. The Liberation from History. History is often hailed as a wellspring of wisdom, a cornerstone of identity, memory, and knowledge. But it can just as easily become a prison, locking us into inherited roles, fixed narratives, and obsolete frameworks we never chose. What we call honoring the past is sometimes a quiet submission to the very forces that have limited us. Our obsession with being remembered, etched into the annals of history, is not always about freedom or truth. At times, it's a plea for recognition from the same systems that once denied our autonomy. In chasing legacy, we may find ourselves clinging to the very chains we should be breaking. Consider how the collective memory of a society defines what is imaginable. What a culture chooses to remember sets the boundaries of what it can dream. Innovation becomes suspicious if it doesn't resemble what came before. In this light, remembrance isn't merely a tribute, it becomes a subtle, elegant form of control. But there is something profoundly liberating about being forgotten. To be absent from the official memory is not to vanish, it's to be set free. Without the weight of imposed remembrance, an individual, or even a culture, can rediscover the limitless freedom to transform. This forgetting is not destruction, it is awakening, a new beginning written on a blank page. This insight is not just personal, it's collective. If societies want to evolve, they must learn the art of strategic forgetting. Cultures must learn to release outdated beliefs, institutional relics, and mythologies that no longer align with their present or future. In this context, forgetting becomes an act of revolution, an intentional clearing of old ground to allow new growth. When we don't choose to forget, we risk stagnation. We repeat inherited patterns, uphold decaying structures, and call it tradition. But when you embrace the idea that your name, your work, and even your time may fade, you enter a different relationship with meaning, one that is rooted in presence, not permanence. Through this lens, being forgotten is not a sign of failure. It's an invitation to participate in the ongoing rhythm of renewal. Your absence from the record doesn't mean you didn't matter. It means you've made space for history to change. In relinquishing the desire to be remembered, you help culture remain alive, adaptable, and open to possibility. And in that letting go, you do not vanish. You create room for others to rise, for new stories to unfold, for transformation to begin. And in that space, something beautiful is always being born. Part 66. The Ownership Fallacy. Many of us carry a quiet yearning to leave behind something that outlasts us, a legacy, a name remembered, a story retold. This longing often springs from a deep-seated belief that we own who we are, our identities, achievements, even our hardships. They feel like ours alone, precious and personal. And so we imagine that even in death, we still retain some right to how we're remembered. But pause for a moment. Is that really true? If you are no longer here, how could you possibly claim ownership over something as elusive and ever-changing as another person's memory of you? This illusion of ownership extends far beyond legacy. It seeps into how we view creativity, influence, and discovery. We crave tidy narratives, crediting big ideas to singular figures, the lone innovator, the brilliant mind, the once-in-a-generation talent. But the truth is rarely so clean. Every major breakthrough is a tapestry woven from countless threads, unnamed contributors, fleeting interactions, cultural backdrops, and the forgotten work of those who came before. The person we celebrate as a genius? They're often just the one standing at the peak, visible above an entire mountain of quiet, shared effort. Genius, in this light, is rarely a solo act. It is more often the final chord in a long collective melody. Now, confronting the idea that you will someday be forgotten, it can feel like a punch to the gut. But buried in that discomfort is a quiet liberation. When you release the illusion that your work belongs to you, that your identity is a legacy to be controlled, you uncover something profound. Your creations are no longer trophies. They become expressions. not built to glorify the self, but to harmonize with something far bigger than one life. And from that shift comes not despair, but humility. You stop striving to be remembered. You begin to feel grateful that you are ever able to contribute at all. Ironically, it is in relinquishing the desire to be remembered that your work becomes most alive. Letting go of ownership doesn't dilute your impact, it refines it. You begin to create not from pride, but from purpose, not for applause, but for resonance, and what you offer the world in that spirit, without clinging, without claim, is often what lasts the longest, because it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us. And in embracing that truth, you no longer stand apart from the flow of life and creation. You step into it fully, freely, not as an owner, but as a vessel. Part 67. The Gift of Obscurity. There is a certain strength in remaining unseen, a quiet elegance that grants a kind of liberation only the invisible can truly appreciate. Being unknown isn't a weakness. It acts as a shield. It protects us from the relentless weight of expectations, the burden of assumptions, and the ever-watchful eyes of judgment. Those who've risen to fame often speak longingly about their time in the shadows. They don't mourn that period, they cherish it. In those untouched days, they had the freedom to take risks, to fail without spotlighted consequences, and to grow without every misstep becoming public commentary. Obscurity doesn't just preserve the lives of the living, it also honors those who've passed. When someone fades quietly from public memory after death, they're spared the distortion of being simplified or misinterpreted by people who only ever knew glimpses of them. In that silence, their work stands untouched, judged not by gossip or personal history, but by the truth of what they created. When we release the need to be remembered, we access this freedom early. Our creations are no longer shaped by imagined legacies, but by honesty. The weight of posterity lifts, and in its place comes room for genuine expression, to explore, to risk, to be. Choosing to stay unknown is not about hiding. It's a conscious decision to pursue depth over applause. It's a path that invites authenticity, richer living, and meaningful creation, without the need for recognition as validation. Part 68. The Wholeness of Being. True fulfillment doesn't always come from the hope of being remembered. More often, it arises from something far more intimate, the gentle awareness that we are already complete. It's not about achieving fame or building a legacy. It's about being fully present, bringing our whole selves into each moment. In those rare instances when we manage to do so, it becomes clear nothing is missing. This feeling of inner wholeness isn't tied to how others perceive us. It doesn't depend on validation, applause, or permanence. Its value lies in its honesty. When our choices reflect our most genuine self, they resonate with a quiet integrity. There is no need for recognition, no craving for reward. It simply exists, and that is more than enough. Accepting the possibility that we may not be remembered and realizing that this is perfectly okay brings a surprising sense of relief. We no longer stretch ourselves between living for today and trying to secure a future memory of who we were. Instead, we find ourselves grounded in the now, free to fully inhabit the present. In that stillness, something profound takes shape, clarity, and following it, peace. There's a quiet paradox here. The moment we let go of the need to be remembered, we often stumble upon something far more enduring. It isn't legacy that grants life its deepest meaning, but the calm, steady sense of wholeness that emerges when we are truly here. That grounded joy, peaceful and complete, doesn't fade with time. In truth, it may be the very thing we've been longing for all along. Part 69. The Mystery of Being. One of the most profound privileges of conscious life is our ability to stand in awe of existence, not to solve it like a riddle, but to bear witness to its wonder. So often, we find ourselves consumed by the longing to be remembered, chasing permanence in a world defined by change. In that pursuit, we risk overlooking something far more extraordinary, the simple, staggering reality that we are alive at all. We strive to stretch our awareness across time, forgetting to marvel that awareness ever existed in the first place. This mystery, the raw fact of being, is not something to master or possess. It isn't a question demanding an answer, nor a problem waiting for resolution. It is a presence to be acknowledged, a silence to be respected. We are not asked to define it, only to honor it, not to preserve it forever, but to meet it fully now. The age-old question, why is there something rather than nothing, does not seek a tidy response. It gestures beyond logic, directing us toward something limitless, something that eludes comprehension and memory alike. To exist at all, even for a breath, is to be part of something vast, mysterious, and unspeakably rare. And when we finally accept that we too will be forgotten, that our names will one day vanish like footprints in the tide, a shift begins within us. Our focus turns inward, no longer obsessed with how we'll be remembered, but awakened to the astonishing fact that we are here now. The urgency to make a mark begins to fade, replaced by something gentler, the presence of being itself. From that presence, a new kind of peace quietly takes shape. It is the peace of knowing that our brief, invisible flicker in the universe is not a flaw, but a grace. To exist, even unseen, even impermanent, is a richness beyond what legacy could ever offer. There is a still, unparalleled beauty in simply being alive. And perhaps, in the end, that is not just enough. It is everything. Part 70. The Wisdom of Letting Go. In the natural world, letting go is not an act of defeat. It is a quiet mastery, deeply embedded in life's rhythm. It marks not a finality, but a transition, an elegant clearing of space to welcome what's next. When trees in autumn release their leaves or rivers surrender to the ocean, it isn't loss they demonstrate. It's renewal in motion. Nature teaches us that release is not subtraction, but transformation. This truth mirrors our human journey. To grow, we must repeatedly shed who we once were. The simplicity of childhood yields to the complexity of adulthood, just as adulthood makes room for the insight that comes with age. Each passage calls us to hold on to what still fuels our spirit and gently let go of what no longer serves. In this light, growth is not the act of accumulating, but of releasing with grace. Resisting this evolution traps us in versions of ourselves that no longer align with who we are becoming. We tether ourselves to identities, roles, or stories that have already served their purpose. But clinging to what's past can leave us stranded in the present. True transformation asks us to embrace change, even if it means risking invisibility. Yet to fade from view in this way isn't tragic. It's part of a sacred unfolding. It is how life closes one chapter so another can begin. And in that letting go, many come to know a profound peace, a stillness that signals alignment with something larger than the self. To be released, even to be forgotten, is not to be erased. It is to return to the cycle that holds us all, a quiet affirmation that everything has its time, its place, and its return. Through release, we participate in the wisdom that holds the entire world together. Part 71. The Return to Source. Perhaps to be forgotten is not to vanish, but rather to slip gently back into the silent origin from which we once arose. This isn't an ending, but a sacred return, a full circle movement from the formless into form, and then back again, with quiet grace, to the boundless. Across many spiritual lineages, this cycle of emergence and dissolution is honored as the heartbeat of existence. The sense of self we hold so tightly, the I we claim as ours, is merely a brief expression of something immeasurably vast. It arises, dances for a while in the light of awareness, and then seamlessly merges back into the unbroken whole. This return isn't a rupture, but the completion of what always was. Like a wave that rises from the ocean and then sinks back into its depths. It is never truly lost. It only returns to what it has always been part of. In this way, the gentle fading of the self is not a form of destruction, but a homecoming. It's not a deletion, it is integration. When we begin to accept that one day we too will be forgotten, we may come to see this not as something tragic, but as the ultimate act of rejoining. The illusion of separation resolves, not in sorrow, but in peace. This shift in perception brings a deep and lasting calm. What once appeared to be loss or defeat reveals itself as something else entirely, a necessary and beautiful conclusion. The act of being forgotten ceases to inspire fear. Instead, it becomes the final movement in the sacred dance of life. In this understanding, we see clearly, to be forgotten is not to be erased. It is to complete a journey of extraordinary depth and return with quiet dignity to the source. It is not a punishment. It is the final act of beauty. A closure, yes, but one that completes the sacred arc of our becoming and our return. Part 72. The Liberation of Attention. One of the deepest freedoms available to us isn't about changing our circumstances. It lies in deciding where we place our attention. While the world pulls at us from every direction, demanding our time, our reactions, our allegiance, we hold within us the power to choose what truly deserves our focus. Too often, we relinquish that power. We become absorbed in anticipating how others might view us, tomorrow, next year, or even after we're gone. We worry about judgments that haven't happened, by people who aren't even present. It's an invisible performance, one that drains us more than we realize. And that performance has a cost. It quietly erodes our ability to stay connected to the present. Instead of inhabiting our lives, we get stuck in mental rehearsals for futures that may never arrive, shackled by imagined perceptions. But something shifts, something liberating, when we let go of the constant urge to control how we are seen. When we stop crafting a future reputation and simply allow ourselves to be as we are, we reclaim the energy once spent on image maintenance. That energy becomes available for something more honest, being fully alive right now. In doing so, we trade performance for presence. No longer acting for a future audience, we start living for ourselves with sincerity, groundedness, and integrity. The pressure to make something of ourselves in the eyes of others gives way to the quiet fulfillment of simply being. What once felt like striving begins to feel like arriving. It might sound paradoxical, but recognizing that our names may one day be forgotten doesn't diminish our worth. It sets us free. In that acceptance, we make space for what truly matters. Our attention returns to where it belongs, the people around us, the work that moves us, the quiet moments that give life its depth. And while this internal shift may appear subtle, its impact is anything but. Life becomes richer, more immediate, more aligned with who we really are. We are no longer living inside a projection of ourselves in someone else's imagination. We are here, fully present, finally, ourselves. True freedom, then, is not measured by applause or legacy. It's found in the radical act of choosing what to notice, of placing your awareness on what is real, what is alive, what is now. In a world that constantly demands your attention, reclaiming it is not just an act of clarity. It is an act of courage. Part 73. The Dance of Existence. Imagine a dancer lost in the rhythm, moving not for the eyes of an audience or the lens of a camera, but purely for the moment itself. Their motion isn't a performance to be recorded or remembered. It's an expression of complete presence. The grace they embody isn't meant to be saved. It's meant to be lived. This vision of the dancer offers us a compelling metaphor for life itself, not as a story to archive or a timeline to preserve, but as a fleeting, vivid experience to be felt in its entirety. The worth of a moment doesn't stem from whether it's remembered, but from how completely we engage with it. What gives life its color and weight is not its permanence, but our capacity to inhabit it fully, with clarity, sincerity, and undistracted presence. A dancer pouring themselves into their art does not pause to ask whether anyone is watching. The act itself is the reward. There's a quiet transformation that takes place when we let go of the need to be remembered, when we accept that our names may fade and our legacies may eventually scatter. We stop trying to leave imprints on time. Life stops being a monument we strive to build and becomes an experience we dare to fully embrace. It's a subtle shift, but it alters everything. Our attention moves from preservation to participation. And in that shift, a deeper truth reveals itself. A life lived like a dance, fleeting, sincere, and unbound, is richer than anything that memory alone could ever hold. Part 74. The Now of Eternity. Eternity might not be an endless extension of time as we usually imagine. Instead, it could be something far more intimate, a hidden dimension embedded within each fleeting moment. Rather than spreading out across the timeline of our lives, it descends inward, deepening in direct proportion to our presence. It's not about duration, it's about depth. Those rare instances when you're entirely immersed, when awareness sharpens and the world quiets, feel boundless. Time seems to stand still. In those moments, it's not that the clock stops, it's that it no longer matters. Oddly enough, we don't reach this state of timelessness by resisting time. We find it by embracing it, especially the reality that our time is finite. This vertical sense of eternity demands no validation through memories, achievements, or legacy. It's complete in itself, untouched by yesterday and unreachable by tomorrow. When we yearn to be remembered, what we're often truly seeking isn't memory at all. It's meaning, a kind of meaning that feels immune to the erosion of time. If that's the case, then perhaps our focus shouldn't be on crafting a legacy that survives us. Perhaps the answer lies closer, hidden in the intricate sacred texture of the present. And once you fully accept the possibility that one day your name might fade completely from human memory, something unexpected can happen. A quiet freedom awakens. The anxiety of needing to be etched into the history of others begins to dissolve. And as that burden lifts, what remains is a kind of presence that's uncluttered, undiluted, and unmistakably alive. This is the shift from the desire to leave a mark to the decision to wake up fully to life. And as that shift takes root, layers of experience begin to unfold, layers that have always been here, but remained hidden beneath our striving for permanence. You start to realize something astonishing. Eternity was never waiting for you in some far-off future, nor hiding in the echo of your name. It has always been here, quietly residing in the depth, the stillness, the immensity of now. Part 75. The Gift of Anonymity. Imagine the liberating experience of bringing something valuable into the world, without ever tying it to your name. There's a unique kind of freedom in creating, helping, or expressing without leaving a personal signature behind. In that space, your actions aren't bound by the image you project or the legacy you're trying to build. When recognition is no longer the goal, something extraordinary happens. Authenticity begins to surface in its rawest form. Those who choose to remain unseen often access a deeper level of expression, one unshaped by public expectations or reputational concerns. Their work is not a reflection of how they wish to be perceived, but a reflection of what truly needs to be said or done. Anonymous contributions aren't motivated by a craving for applause. They arise from something more intrinsic, an internal drive to share, to build, or to give simply because it feels right. Whether through art, service, or communication, when ego steps aside, what's left behind tends to be more honest and more impactful. A silent act of generosity, done with no audience and no reward, often carries a sincerity that louder gestures may lack. And words shared without a name can sometimes strike more deeply, free of branding, free of performance, and closer to the essence of truth. Throughout history, anonymity has acted as a quiet force behind moments of great integrity and bravery. While the quest for fame can dilute purpose, the choice to stay nameless often sharpens it. Letting go of the desire to be remembered doesn't weaken our influence. It strengthens our ability to act with clarity and conviction in the present moment. Choosing to remain anonymous isn't about retreating from the world. It's a conscious act of release, a decision to stop performing and to simply be. When we let go of our carefully managed identities, we return to a place of unfiltered expression, free from fear and free from ego. That's where real authenticity lives. Often, the truest things we have to offer exist in that quiet, name-free space, beyond approval, beyond credit, and beyond the need to be seen. Part 76. The Eternal Now. What if the only reality that ever truly exists is this very moment? Not the days behind us, nor the ones ahead, but the unfolding now, where our awareness meets the world. The past, a recollection emerging right now in your mind. the future, merely an imagined path forming in this same present. Both, in essence, are illusions wearing the mask of immediacy. When we see things this way, the idea of being forgotten transforms. If all that's real arises from this present consciousness, then being remembered becomes less about truth and more about a future version of someone else's now. What we call a legacy turns out to be just another narrative, not a measure of our worth, but a concept projected forward in time. Your significance isn't tied to whether others think of you after you're gone. It lies in how fully you inhabit this instant. What truly matters is not how long your memory lingers in the minds of others, but how alive you are to this breath, this step, this word. Letting go of the need to be remembered isn't a loss. It's a liberation. It's the soft but powerful arrival at this insight, that your only real life is this flickering awareness flowing through you in this second. And once you stop resisting that truth, once you embrace it, you cease to live in opposition to reality. You begin to move with it. This shift can bring with it an unexpected stillness. Much of our unrest stems from obsessing over what might happen instead of connecting with what is. But when you stop chasing what's not here, when you let yourself land fully in this breath, in this heartbeat, you may uncover a sense of peace more enduring than any statue or story ever could be. Part 77. The Inheritance of Anonymity. Human civilization stands on the shoulders of unremembered pioneers, those who shaped our tools, crafted our arts, and sparked our earliest ideas. The first individual to roll a wheel across the earth, to carve symbols that led to writing, to count, or to tame fire for warmth and food, none of these figures were ever named. They didn't chase recognition. Instead, they lit the way for progress that would ripple through generations. What we now call innovation was almost never born from a solitary genius working in isolation. It arose from the quiet convergence of many minds and lives, each layering upon the last. The breakthroughs that reshaped history came not with declarations or signatures, but humbly, integrated into daily life, absorbed by culture, and passed forward without a name attached. There's a paradox in the deepest forms of contribution. The more universally they touch humanity, the less likely we are to know who made them possible. Take language, for example, perhaps the most remarkable achievement in human history. It has no single author, no founding legend. Its magic lies in how freely it flows between people, how it belongs to no one and serves everyone. No permission is needed to use it. No praise is owed to employ it. To embrace the truth that your name may fade from memory is not to devalue your life. Rather, it opens the door to something more profound. You become part of a quiet lineage, a legacy built by those who offered their gifts to the world without expectation. Your compassion, your imagination, your steady wisdom, though they may pass unnoticed, can still leave lasting impressions, shaping lives you'll never meet. Perhaps this kind of unseen offering is the most powerful form of legacy. It demands nothing, not recognition, not remembrance, only the willingness to nurture the ongoing story of human progress. In doing so, your efforts are woven into a force greater than yourself, the ever-advancing rhythm of our shared potential. Part 78. The Futility of Fame. Fame is often portrayed as a form of immortality, a way to escape the silence of being forgotten. It promises legacy, permanence and admiration that lingers long after we're gone. But beneath the surface, that promise is hollow. Instead of bringing us closer to others, fame frequently isolates. The more widely you're known, the more distant real connection becomes, and the more intense a loneliness that recognition can breed. When someone steps into the limelight, they cease to be seen for who they truly are. They're no longer a person, but a projection screen. People stop engaging with their authentic self and start engaging with an image, imagined, idealized, or distorted. Fame erases depth. It reduces multifaceted individuals to flat characters in a broader cultural story. The hero, the villain, the icon, the inspiration. Their complexity is sacrificed, their reality carved into convenient roles they didn't choose. Even as they walk through life, their presence is replaced with an idea. So, when we say we fear being forgotten, is it really anonymity we dread? Or are we chasing a version of remembrance that comes at the cost of authenticity? Do we truly want to be immortalized as incomplete caricatures in someone else's imagination? Probably not. At our core, we don't yearn to be remembered by all. We crave to be recognized by a few. What we're truly looking for is a genuine encounter, to be truly known, not as a myth or symbol, but as a full and flawed human being. Letting go of the chase for fame is not a loss, but a release. It clears the way for something subtler, more enduring, the search for meaningful connection, the kind where you're not admired from a distance, but loved up close, where the truth of who you are is seen and held, even with its cracks and contradictions. Ultimately, it is not a smaller ambition to want to be deeply known by a few than vaguely admired by millions. In fact, it is the wiser one, because the sincere gaze of someone who sees you wholly carries more weight than the cheers of a faceless crowd. Part 79. The Wisdom Found in Trees. Pause for a moment and reflect on the silent power of trees. Each fall they release their leaves, not with struggle, but with quiet elegance. There's no resistance, no sorrow, only a serene willingness to let go. What once sustained them is gently released, and they remain open and unguarded, ready to receive whatever comes next. Within this natural act lies a deep and timeless wisdom, a rhythm of growth, shedding, and renewal that resonates profoundly with the human soul. What if we lived more like that? Imagine if we too could ease our grip on former versions of ourselves, the titles we've held, the praise we've received, the roles we've outgrown. Trees don't clutch their past shape. Even in their dying, they give. A tree that falls doesn't vanish. It decomposes gradually, returning nutrients to the soil, becoming a cradle for new life. It transitions. Its contribution doesn't end. It evolves. Its legacy lives not in memory, but in its ongoing service to the earth. This reframes how we think about the impact we leave behind. Instead of striving to be remembered, we might shift our focus to the seeds we plant, what continues because we were here. Legacy, then, isn't a straight line carved through time. It's a living cycle, reabsorbed into the world, constantly reshaping, renewing, and creating anew. Accepting that we may one day be forgotten doesn't diminish our worth. It expands it. It frees us. It reminds us that the measure of a life isn't in a frozen image, but in the life we breathe into the world around us. Our truest significance lies not in being remembered, but in how we nurture what comes after. There's a quiet sanctity in this understanding. It draws us into alignment with life's deeper flow. We no longer see ourselves as solitary figures grasping at permanence, but as vital threads in a vast, unfolding tapestry. We begin to sense our true role, not in holding on, but in participating fully, offering freely, and letting go when the time comes. In this shared rhythm with nature's quiet intelligence, we come home to where we've always belonged. Part 80. The Liberation Found in Letting Go. The fear of being forgotten often hides something more profound than we realize, a deep-rooted attachment to the image we hold of ourselves. We cling not just to memories, but to a crafted identity, a personal mythology we hope will outlive us. Ironically, it is this very attachment, this resistance to change, that generates our deepest suffering. We fight the truth of impermanence, even though it is woven into the fabric of all existence. What if freedom doesn't come from being remembered, but from releasing the very desire to be? Think for a moment about the energy we spend constructing and preserving a consistent self. We shape our image, curate our actions, and regulate our words to ensure continuity with the person we believe ourselves to be. Over time, this becomes less like self-expression and more like performance, relentless, exhausting, and confining. In playing this role so carefully, we gradually detach from the present. We stop responding to life as it unfolds and begin to live inside the story we're trying to sustain. Our identity becomes a project, and every experience must serve its narrative arc. Even in death, this longing doesn't fade. It simply evolves into a fixation on legacy, on ensuring our story is carried forward after we're gone. But something remarkable happens when we stop resisting the truth that we, too, will one day be forgotten. This isn't defeat. It's the start of something sacred. Letting go of the need to be remembered doesn't diminish us. On the contrary, it opens the door to a deeper unfolding of the soul. We begin to release the rigid definitions we once guarded so tightly. And in that release, a quiet miracle unfolds. Space is born. Space to breathe. Space to be. Space for honesty, for stillness, for transformation. Untethered from the demand to be a particular someone, you become more available to the moment, more attuned to what is, rather than what must be preserved. It's a shift from needing to be someone to simply allowing yourself to become, from clinging to permanence to opening to possibility. Part 81. The Horizon of Being. Human life unfolds within unseen thresholds, limits we rarely notice, and even more rarely understand. Death is the most apparent of these frontiers, but another boundary, just as profound, often escapes our attention, the boundary of forgetting. This is the realm where our presence persists, though we no longer occupy active memory. We are no longer consciously remembered, yet the effects of our lives quietly echo. Beyond this invisible edge, our influence continues, not through deliberate action, but through the quiet reverberations we've left behind. Consider the distant light of a long extinguished star. Though its core has gone dark, its radiance travels onward, visible across time and space. In a similar way, our choices, our gestures, our words, large and small, extend beyond our presence, shaping realities we will never see. Our influence is not tethered to our name or face. These may vanish with time, but a single act of tenderness, a calm word in a storm, a hand offered in silence, can alter a life's course. A child comforted by kindness may carry that strength forward, unaware of its source. A shared idea, once whispered, may take root in someone else's path long after our voice has faded from memory. Accepting that we will be forgotten does not diminish the meaning of our lives. On the contrary, it reveals a deeper truth, that significance is not dependent on recognition. The impact of your presence is not measured by applause. Like casting a stone into still waters, the effect of your life spreads beyond what you can see. You must trust that the ripples will move outward, quietly, steadily, and beyond your knowing. This understanding shifts how we think about legacy and influence. It draws us toward a more selfless and sincere way of living, not to be celebrated, but simply to do what is right because it is right. It invites us to give without holding back, to create without needing credit, to serve without seeking acknowledgement. Here, at the horizon of being, legacy is no longer a monument carved in stone. It becomes a motion, a current set in motion by goodness itself. Not a name that survives, but an impulse that continues, meaning lives on even as memory fades. Part 82. The Legacy Paradox. Those most preoccupied with cementing their place in history often end up leaving behind the least meaningful contributions. Their fixation on how they'll be remembered tends to cloud their judgment, dull their authenticity, and stifle their imagination. Ironically, in trying so hard to be remembered, they make themselves forgettable. All around the world we see deteriorating monuments and overlooked memorials, once grand tributes to individuals determined to be eternal, now slowly dissolving into irrelevance. In contrast, the creations born from necessity, urgency, or genuine love, without any intent to endure, frequently outlast even the most meticulously planned legacies. This is the heart of the legacy paradox. The more one chases immortality, the more elusive it becomes. True permanence often arises from those who never sought it in the first place. Consider the artist who paints not for fame, but from an inner drive to express the inexpressible. Their work, untainted by ego, may resonate for centuries. Or think of the parent who focuses not on how they'll be remembered, but on what their child needs today. That selfless devotion may echo far longer than any inheritance ever could. Enduring impact doesn't come from clinging to the future. It emerges from being fully immersed in the present. When your efforts are driven not by the hope of being seen, but by the integrity of the act itself, whether you're building, nurturing, teaching, or creating, you tap into something far deeper than legacy. And it is precisely this freedom from expectation that gives your actions lasting power. In surrendering the desire for recognition, you make space for authenticity, a kind of truth that cannot be imitated or manufactured. That raw sincerity, born from presence rather than performance, is often what leaves the deepest imprint on the generations to come. Part 83. The Economy of Attention. Attention is our most valuable and finite resource, more critical than time and more powerful than wealth. It shapes our choices, molds our identity, and defines the quality of our lives. Yet we give it away too easily, often without realizing it. So much of our mental energy is consumed by how we appear, not just in the eyes of others, but in the image we construct of ourselves in some future moment. We're endlessly managing impressions, polishing reputations that may never truly matter. This obsession with being seen, remembered, or validated quietly pulls us away from the present. Consider how often you think about how something might be perceived instead of simply being in the moment. That mental drift, small, almost imperceptible, prevents full immersion in what's happening right now. Even when we believe we're deeply engaged, there's often a part of us narrating the story in real time, preparing it to be shared, posted, or immortalized in some future reflection. It's like living life through the lens of an imaginary audience, an audience that never really claps. We become collectors of moments not for their true meaning, but for their display value, tokens to be showcased in some unseen gallery of personal significance. It's a quiet kind of performance, where experience is filtered through how it might look rather than how it actually feels. But here's the truth. When you fully accept that your name, your image, your so-called legacy will one day be forgotten, something powerful happens. That weight you've been carrying, the pressure to impress, to archive, to be remembered, lifts. And in its place comes freedom. With that freedom, your attention comes back home, to the present where it belongs. You begin to live again, not for the story, but for the sensation. The moment stops being a prop and becomes the main act. This isn't a small shift. It's a complete reorientation of your mind. It transforms your everyday existence. The ordinary becomes extraordinary because you're finally there for it. When your mind no longer splits its energy between doing and evaluating, between experiencing and scripting, everything sharpens. Your awareness becomes more focused, more alive. And in that deep, undivided attention, you discover a richness that distraction can never give you. Not later, not someday, but now. Part 84. The Intimacy of Mortality. What binds every human across time, culture, and circumstance is a singular, universal truth. We are all destined to die. No legacy is immune to time. Every voice will fall silent. Every story will eventually fade. Yet this shared conclusion is not something to fear. It's what most profoundly connects us. No matter how much we achieve or how widely we are celebrated, we are all heading toward the same horizon. And in that reality lies a quiet, powerful intimacy. It's not our accomplishments or titles that most deeply unite us, but the reality that none of us is permanent. In moments of grief, illness, or existential crisis, the walls we build between ourselves and others begin to fall away. Hierarchies collapse. Status becomes irrelevant. What remains is the raw, unadorned truth that we are human, vulnerable, fleeting, and fundamentally the same. When we fully acknowledge that every life follows a natural course, birth, aging, decline, and eventual disappearance, our perspective shifts. Our hearts soften. We begin to meet others not with judgment or competition, but with empathy. The drive to outshine or outlast others begins to feel hollow. Instead of rivals, we see fellow travelers on the same unpredictable road. Releasing the fantasy that we will be remembered forever does not lessen our value. It deepens our presence. It frees us to show up as we are, without pretense. We stop seeking admiration and start seeking connection. In recognizing how temporary everything is, we begin to live more truthfully, more fully. Within this awareness, our relationships transform. They are no longer shaped by the fear of being forgotten, but by the courage to be fully present. Their worth lies not in their duration, but in their depth. When two people meet, not as polished personas, but as vulnerable beings aware of their own impermanence, something rare and real becomes possible. Only those who have come to terms with the temporary nature of life can offer this kind of presence. And only then can we be truly there, not just for ourselves, but for each other. Part 85. The Gift Found in Obscurity. There's a unique kind of freedom that belongs to those who create away from the spotlight, where no eyes follow, no claps echo, and no expectations weigh heavy. In that solitude, our actions shed the pressure to impress. What remains is something pure, a version of truth untouched by judgment. Imagine the writer whose words never leave the pages of their journal, the musician who plays for the walls of an empty room, the dancer who moves only when no one is watching. Their craft isn't molded by applause or approval. It rises from an inner compulsion, genuine, unfiltered, and whole. Yet this quiet liberation isn't reserved for artists alone. It can be found in the smallest, most invisible moments of life. A gentle smile offered to no one in particular, a silent kindness with no audience to applaud it, a sudden insight that arrives while the world sleeps. The beauty of these moments lies in their refusal to be seen. They make no demand to be shared or remembered. Their magic is in their vanishing, and in that fleeting, uncelebrated space, you may discover the truest version of yourself, the one that exists when there's no need to be seen at all. When you learn to accept that one day your name will be forgotten, something quietly shifts. You begin to act not from a desire to be remembered, but from a sense of what feels right and honest in the moment. Your choices begin to flow from curiosity, compassion, and love, not the pursuit of legacy. And then, in releasing the grip of recognition, something unexpected begins to awaken. Your creativity finds its natural pulse again. Words come easier, ideas breathe more freely. You start creating not to earn attention, but simply because you must, because it brings you joy, peace, or clarity. What emerges from that space isn't less, it's more. Art born without the pressure to endure often glows with a rare and quiet brilliance. It may never hang in galleries or echo in concert halls, but it lives fully and completely. It needs no spotlight to matter. And that is its quiet, extraordinary power. Part 86. The Ecology of Memory. Memory, whether rooted in personal experience or shared across generations, behaves much like a living ecosystem, bounded, adaptive, and governed by cycles of renewal and decline. For new thoughts to take root, older ones must gently step aside. This isn't a flaw in our minds. It's a fundamental design that safeguards our clarity and emotional balance. Imagine if every moment you ever lived remained at the forefront of your mind. The sheer volume would become unbearable, a relentless flood of memories with no space for focus or peace. Forgetting, then, is not an error. It is the brain's built-in mechanism to manage complexity, to clear the clutter, and allow for rest, repair, and concentration. This principle extends far beyond individuals. Whole cultures function on the same ecological logic. Just as people must allow old memories to settle into the background, societies must also permit certain aspects of their history to dim with time. Creativity and cultural evolution rely on this gentle release. Without it, progress would suffocate under the weight of what came before. Both personal and collective memory flourish through intentional selection. Letting go isn't about loss, it's what opens the door to transformation. It allows traditions to evolve and values to adjust as the world changes. A culture that refuses to forget anything can grow rigid. One that allows some stories to fade naturally stays agile, alive, and open to the future. Understanding that you too will one day pass from memory is not a defeat. It is a profound realization of your role in the ongoing cycle of life. Being forgotten isn't vanishing without purpose. It is the quiet clearing that prepares the ground for what follows. It is an unseen act of kindness. In this light, forgetting should not be seen as destruction. It is a form of renewal. It is the dignified departure that makes room for the next voice, the next chapter. In slipping from the collective story, you are not withdrawing from the world. You are helping it grow, not through holding tightly, but by releasing with grace. Part 87. The Museum of Memory. Picture human culture as a sprawling, dynamic museum, constantly evolving. Its halls can't hold everything at once. For a new exhibit to take its place, something else must be removed. Sometimes these pieces are carefully archived. Other times, they vanish altogether. No matter how expansive the museum becomes, it will always face limits. And with those limits come hard decisions, what to showcase and what to quietly let go. Culture isn't a still frame frozen in time. It's alive, always in motion, always becoming. Each generation brings with it a new lens, reshaping what is valued. What one era treasures, the next might discard. What speaks deeply to one group may seem irrelevant or even outdated to another. Nothing, no matter how iconic, is guaranteed a permanent spotlight. Sooner or later, every revered creation must yield to the new. Accepting the fact that you too will one day fade from memory can feel unexpectedly freeing. It loosens the grip of the longing to be remembered forever. You begin to see that even a fleeting moment in the light, even a single acknowledgement, holds profound meaning. And in that realization, there's a quiet kind of peace. Peace in knowing that your time made space for others to step forward. Peace in understanding that fading is not a failure, but a natural rhythm within the living memory of culture itself. Part 88. The Freedom Found in Finitude. The truth that our lives are bounded by mortality, that one day we will no longer be remembered, is not a flaw in our existence. Rather, it's the very structure that gives it meaning. These boundaries are what imbue our lives with significance and urgency. Without them, our moments would lose their gravity, and our experiences would stretch into a shapeless eternity. Imagine a life without end, where time is infinite and memory eternal. In such a reality, the pressure to act would dissolve. Decisions would no longer carry weight, as they could always be postponed. The fear of being forgotten, the desire to leave a trace, these aren't burdens, but essential forces. Without them, the momentum to move forward, to create, to care, might simply fade away. It is precisely because our time is limited that we are called to make choices. We're pushed to prioritize, to act deliberately, to seek what truly matters. Mortality lends coherence to our existence. Instead of a random collection of events, our lives become a story, a narrative shaped by choices made under constraint. And as with any great story, it's the presence of limits that makes the journey meaningful. Under this pressure, our intentions sharpen, our goals become clear, and we find direction. Accepting that there will come a day when your name is spoken for the final time is not a tragedy. It is a turning point. It frees you from the performative urge to impress the future. You stop chasing permanence and start engaging fully with the now. Time, once seen as a ticking clock, transforms into a creative boundary, not a prison, but a frame. Within it, each decision gains shape, and each action becomes deeply meaningful. From this perspective, finitude is not something to fear, but something to treasure. It outlines the contours of your existence and, in doing so, reveals who you have the potential to be. Knowing you won't last forever releases you from the illusion that you must. It invites you to live truthfully, to make art without needing it to endure, and to offer yourself wholly to the fragile beauty of the present moment. Part 89. The Whisper of Reality. Reality doesn't announce itself with spectacle. It doesn't burst through the doors of our lives with noise or drama. Instead, it enters quietly, folded into the simplicity of a moment that often passes unnoticed unless we are still enough to receive it. Its deepest truths defy measurement and escape definition. They reveal themselves in the quiet intimacy of love, the silent presence of now, the fleeting clarity when life makes perfect sense, until we try to explain it, and it dissolves like fog in the morning sun. The more profound an experience, the harder it is to capture. Perhaps that's the paradox. The most meaningful parts of our lives aren't meant to be contained or defined. They exist to be felt with our whole being, embraced fully, and then released without resistance. We try to hold on to them. We take photos, share stories, leave digital breadcrumbs, believing that preservation somehow amplifies their value. But in doing so, we may strip them of their essence. Their beauty was never in their duration. It was in their transience, in that singular, unrepeatable breath of time. But something changes when we stop fearing the passing of moments. When we let go of the desire to be remembered, we start living more honestly. No longer searching for meaning in the echoes of the past, we begin to experience it in the vivid, unfolding now. This shift from building a legacy to embracing the present unlocks new layers of reality. Not because these layers are hidden behind walls, but because they ask for something we rarely give, our full, undivided attention. Reality doesn't demand to be noticed. It opens itself only to those who are quiet enough to listen, still enough to feel, and courageous enough to let go. Let it speak softly, and be still enough to hear it. Part 90. The Mirage of Digital Immortality. In our endlessly connected era, technology offers us a seductive illusion, the idea that we can create a version of ourselves that outlives us. Through photos, videos, social media updates, and digital projects, we imagine crafting a virtual legacy, a presence that will echo through time. It's a captivating notion, yet it doesn't hold up under scrutiny. The dream of eternal digital life is more comforting than it is accurate. In truth, our digital footprints rest on fragile foundations, threatened by obsolete formats, decaying hardware, discontinued platforms, and the relentless flow of new content. What was once celebrated and cutting-edge quickly fades into irrelevance or becomes inaccessible. Think back to the websites that once defined your daily routine. How many are gone now, shuttered, or forgotten? Consider those old USB drives, CDs, or DVDs that your current devices can't even read. The digital world moves so quickly that staying visible in it demands constant effort, regular updates, migrations, backups, and maintenance. And realistically, how many of us do that for more than a few fleeting years? Even if your work does survive somewhere in the cloud or on a remote server, there's no guarantee it will be found, let alone appreciated. The internet is drowning in uploads, with millions of new files added daily. It's not that your content disappears, it just gets lost in the noise, pushed aside by the relentless tide of newer, shinier material. When you come to terms with the fact that digital permanence is more fantasy than fact, your relationship with technology transforms. You begin to let go of the pressure to build a lasting digital monument. You no longer post with the hope of being remembered forever. You post to connect, to share in the now. And that shift is freeing. You start creating from a place of honesty, no longer weighed down by the illusion that you're building an eternal archive. Instead, you lean into what technology truly excels at, sparking real-time conversation, deepening human connection, and enriching the brief, beautiful moments we have right now. Letting go of the myth of digital immortality doesn't mean giving up. It means waking up. It means using the digital tools we have not to chase eternity, but to make the present more meaningful. Part 91. The Mirror of Mortality. Death, impartial and unavoidable, offers us a unique kind of mirror, one that doesn't reflect the titles we've earned or the praise we've gathered, but the raw truth of who we are beneath it all. To meet this reflection without turning away is to begin seeing, with sobering clarity, what has always been real and what was never of real value. When we truly grasp the limits of our time, our sense of what matters is recalibrated almost instantly. The desire to win arguments, the thirst for recognition, the endless climb toward influence or admiration, these obsessions start to loosen their grip. Under the lens of impermanence, they reveal themselves as distractions more than pursuits. The realization that even our names may someday vanish from memory carries with it a quiet but seismic shift. Death doesn't merely heighten awareness, it dismantles illusion. It peels away the identities we've built, the roles we've adopted, and the stories we've told ourselves. What remains, when all the layers are gone, is something startlingly pure, vulnerable, sincere, and intact. Maybe our most authentic self isn't the one we hope will be remembered, but the one that quietly rises when the craving to be remembered fades away. Paradoxically, it is in relinquishing our grip on legacy that we uncover something lasting, not etched into history books, but embedded deep within our own being. And once we set aside the performance of reputation, what's left is not a void. It's a presence, a stillness, an essence that was never absent, only buried beneath the noise. If you can stand before this mirror not once in a lifetime, but as a regular practice, you may notice your internal compass beginning to shift. A quieter question begins to take root. Would this still hold meaning if no one else ever knew? That question doesn't lead toward applause or validation. It points inward toward truth, toward a life less dictated by spectacle and more aligned with what resonates deeply. In this space, urgency fades. What remains are the quiet treasures we often overlook. Peace without pretense, love without condition, purpose without performance. Part 92. The Currency of Experience. In a life where time is the only resource we can never reclaim, true wealth is not measured by success, possessions, or a quest for permanence. Instead, it's found in our direct, unfiltered engagement with the now. This kind of value can't be stored, traded, or saved for later. It appears and vanishes with each moment, delicate and deeply authentic. Yet, we often exchange this fleeting treasure for illusions. We run after recognition, strive for dominance, and crave validation. In chasing symbols of meaning, we lose touch with the very moments that give life its meaning. Our obsession with being remembered often robs us of the chance to truly live. No matter how impressive, no legacy can return the moments we gave up in doubt, distraction, or detachment. When we finally face the reality that we will one day be forgotten, it alters our perspective. The urgency to leave a mark fades, and something more essential takes its place. We begin to protect our attention like it's sacred, choosing where it lands with intention. We come to see that the only genuine reward is the feeling of being fully awake to this moment, not the next. In that awareness, a different kind of richness is revealed, the profound abundance of presence. It outweighs the lure of recognition, outlasts any memory, and is truer than any tribute carved in stone. Part 93. The Gift Found in Insignificance. There's a quiet kind of freedom that emerges when you finally surrender to the truth of your smallness in the grand design of existence. What at first might feel like a diminishment is, in fact, a profound liberation from the exhausting quest to leave a mark on the infinite. Consider the strain of constantly trying to convince yourself that your life must echo through eternity, that every decision must carry eternal weight. Holding on to that illusion is like clenching your jaw for years. It slowly erodes your inner stillness and keeps you from moving in sync with the natural flow of life. But when you zoom out, way out, and view human accomplishments, including your own, through the lens of deep time, something inside shifts. Measured against the vast stretches of history, even the most iconic feats dissolve into the same dust as forgotten names. The line between remembered and overlooked becomes nearly invisible. This truth can feel like an earthquake or a liberation. It depends entirely on your willingness to embrace it. For those who allow it to sink in, something extraordinary happens. The race for eternal remembrance fades, and in its place rises a deeper, more lasting peace. Letting go of the need to be etched into history offers something better than immortality. It offers rest. In ceasing the fight to be someone unforgettable, a new kind of clarity begins to take shape. Insignificance stops feeling like a punishment and begins to feel like a shelter, a quiet refuge from the crushing pressure to be extraordinary. And here's where the paradox begins to shine. The moment you abandon the need to impress or to endure in others' memories, everything becomes more vivid. Colors deepen, emotions soften, time slows. You start living not for some future monument, but for the undeniable truth of this present breath, for the subtle yet immense worth of being here now. What once felt like doom, the idea that someday no trace of you will remain, sheds its menace. It no longer threatens. Instead, it reveals itself as a hidden blessing, waiting patiently beneath all the stories you were told about why you must matter. Part 94. the quantum of presence. True presence is never partial. It doesn't arrive in pieces or linger halfway. It either saturates the moment or it's gone completely. You are either entirely engaged in what is happening now, or your mind has drifted elsewhere. There's no in-between. How often do we actually live in this kind of full presence? More commonly, our awareness is scattered. It flickers between what's right in front of us and the persistent noise of memory and speculation. We are seldom anchored in the now. Instead, we hover, half here, half lost, in yesterday's echoes or tomorrow's predictions. This divided attention comes at a cost. When we're not truly present, life feels thinner, less vivid. We skim its surface instead of diving in. One of the most powerful forces drawing us away from the moment is our preoccupation with legacy, with how we'll be remembered and what mark we might leave behind. That obsession changes how we experience the world. It places a filter over reality, distorting the way we see and feel. Instead of simply living, we start performing. We view our lives as though we're already outside them, watching from some imagined future, curating moments for an audience that may never exist. In that shift, something essential is lost. We stop being participants in our own lives and become performers instead, crafting scenes for an invisible spectator, narrating instead of inhabiting our story. But something remarkable happens when we finally accept a difficult truth, that we will be forgotten, that history will move on without our name etched into its stone, that our stories, no matter how beautifully lived, will fade from memory. This acceptance is not a loss. It's a liberation. The pressure to prove, to preserve, to leave something behind begins to dissolve. And with it, the wall between ourselves and the present moment crumbles. What emerges in its place is rare, an undivided attention so complete it feels sacred. It's the kind of awareness you might only encounter in deep silence or in the stillness of meditation. Here, there's no yearning for recognition, no hunger for permanence. Only the vivid electric presence of now. This is a different kind of richness, not measured by legacy, but by the undeniable clarity of being fully here. In this state, presence becomes its own reward, its own form of eternity. Part 95. The Meditation of Mortality. Coming to terms with the fact that one day you'll be completely forgotten isn't just an abstract philosophical idea. It's a powerful, meditative journey. Inspired by the ancient concept of memento mori, this contemplation goes far beyond the simple acknowledgement of death. It invites you to confront the eventual erasure of your identity, your name, your deeds, your story, vanishing quietly into the silence of time. This isn't a mental exercise reserved for scholars or thinkers. When you allow yourself to truly inhabit the thought of being forgotten, something deeper awakens. Beneath the surface, you begin to sense the hidden fears, attachments, and ego-bound longings that often go unnoticed. This kind of transformation doesn't arise from cold analysis. It's born through emotional surrender. You don't just consider the idea of disappearance, you embody it. You picture a future in which you once lived, laughed, and loved. But now, no trace of you remains. No one recalls your voice, your face, your essence. You've vanished entirely from the collective memory. Naturally, this vision stirs resistance. It can feel deeply unsettling, even unbearable at first. But rather than turning away or trying to silence the discomfort, you meet it with gentle awareness. You welcome the unease, you let it speak. And in that quiet space, something begins to shift, sometimes gradually, sometimes all at once. The fear that once overwhelmed you begins to dissolve. What felt like darkness transforms into understanding. Peace starts to emerge, and with it, a surprising sense of freedom. This change doesn't demand constant focus or repeated effort. Even when you're no longer actively meditating, its influence continues to ripple through your life. Quietly, it reshapes your view of meaning and importance. What was once a terrifying emptiness is now experienced as openness, a calm, honest space unburdened by the need to matter or endure. In this stillness, the desperate need to be remembered begins to release its hold. And then, almost unexpectedly, something gentle and beautiful appears, the joy of simply existing, not to be remembered, not to be admired, but to live truly and deeply in the raw truth of the present moment. This is the subtle gift of mortality, the lifting of permanence's heavy weight, and a quiet invitation to embrace life completely, even if the world one day forgets you ever walked upon it. Part 96. The Phoenix Principle. True renewal does not come from clinging to what has been. It emerges only when we summon the bravery to release it completely. Life does not continue through permanence. It survives and thrives through the profound act of transformation. Just as some seeds will only germinate after the intense heat of fire, destruction is often the catalyst for life to begin anew. What once was, our traditions, identities, and memories, does not vanish into nothingness. Instead, it is folded back into the foundation of what is still to come. Throughout every natural rhythm, across generations and epochs, there is no such thing as true disappearance. Everything, matter, energy, wisdom, is reshaped, recast, and reborn in another form. This is the core of what we call the Phoenix Principle, a philosophy that challenges conventional ideas of legacy. Rather than preserving ourselves as relics of the past, it invites us to see our greatest impact as something that may only be realized through transformation. You may not survive in the image you once held or be remembered by name, but you will continue in a deeper, more enduring way as the vital essence that gives life to what comes next. Like fallen leaves turning to fertile soil, your thoughts, your contributions, and even your sense of self will eventually break down. But that is not destruction, it is renewal. From that decomposition, new ideas will emerge. New lives will take root. When you let go of the need to be commemorated or crystallized in time, you join something much larger than yourself, the eternal cycle of becoming. In giving up the desire to stay the same, you clear the way for new growth to pass through you. This surrender is not a form of failure. It is a deeper awakening, a recognition of nature's intelligence. Choosing to be reshaped rather than remembered means aligning yourself with the rhythms of the earth. Legacy, then, is no longer measured by what is built in your name, but by what you quietly nourish. Like nutrients sinking into soil, your influence may go unseen, but it will be indispensable. You are no longer a monument, you are a seed. In this way, your presence does not diminish. It transforms. You become part of unseen roots holding up future forests, part of the sunlight taken in by leaves you'll never touch, not singled out for praise, but carried forward, silent, essential. alive. Part 97. The Ethics of Inheritance. What we ultimately pass down isn't the echo of our name in history books or the preservation of our image in someone's memory. It's the ripple effect of our actions, the long-reaching impact of our choices. Our legacy is embedded in the world we help shape, far beyond our lifetime, in lives we'll never meet and futures we'll never witness. Take a moment to reflect. Your life today is still being influenced by people whose identities have been lost to time. Their decisions, made hundreds of years ago, are embedded in the institutions that govern us, the technologies we rely on, even the land beneath our feet. They continue to shape us not through stories or memorials, but through the systems and consequences they left behind. This perspective demands a significant shift in how we view legacy. It moves us away from the pursuit of symbolic permanence and towards a focus on tangible impact. The important question becomes not, will I be remembered, but rather, will my actions today improve the world for those who come after me? Letting go of the need for remembrance clears our vision. We begin to care less about being admired and more about being effective. Our values evolve, from seeking praise to seeking purpose, from craving visibility to embracing quiet contribution. This change frees us to work not for fame, but for lasting value. There's a profound liberation in accepting the possibility of being forgotten. In that acceptance, we find room to make a different kind of mark, one that may never be tied to our name, but that strengthens and sustains others nonetheless. It's a quiet legacy, generous in nature, one that transcends recognition and endures precisely because it was never about us. Part 98. The Liberation from Judgment. Many of us harbor a quiet fear, not just of vanishing from memory, but of being judged after we're gone. It's not merely about being remembered, it's about being remembered well. We hope that our lives, when viewed from the future, will be deemed admirable, respectable, and worth emulating. We begin to live as though an unseen audience awaits, a future crowd that will, at some point, assess everything we've done. It's as if history itself is watching, preparing to offer a final critique of our choices. This imagined scrutiny shapes our lives in subtle, profound ways. Rather than living fully in the present, we start performing, not for ourselves, but for a future that doesn't yet exist. We craft our lives like exhibits, carefully arranged for the approval of generations we'll never meet. Slowly, our focus shifts from being authentic to being approved. But what is the cost of that mindset? When we act not from inner truth, but to satisfy hypothetical judgment, we distort the present moment. Our decisions are no longer rooted in reality. They're tailored to fit ideals we can't define, from a future we cannot see. The moment we're in becomes less about meaning and more about managing perception. Now imagine letting that illusion go, truly accepting that one day you will be forgotten. That realization, far from depressing, can be profoundly liberating. When you stop fearing posthumous judgment, the weight begins to lift. There will likely be no grand panel of future thinkers debating the worth of your life. Most of what you've done will fade, quietly and without controversy. And from that gentle truth, something unexpected arises. Clarity. Freed from the burden of invisible expectations, you begin to act with honesty. You stop shaping your behavior to meet future applause and start responding to what feels true now. The absence of imagined critics creates a new space, one where your choices can be guided by insight instead of insecurity. This is where genuine ethics can begin, not the kind rooted in reputation, but the kind born of presence. When you stop trying to be remembered and instead focus on being right here, the fog lifts. You act not to impress, but to align with what you know in your heart to be right. In this clarity, in this moment untouched by judgment, a deeper morality becomes possible. One that isn't concerned with how you'll be seen, but with what's truly worth doing. Part 99. The authenticity of anonymity. There's a unique clarity that arises when we express ourselves without expecting recognition or fearing judgment. When our names are absent from the work, what's left behind often feels more honest, more undiluted. Think of an anonymous donation, a midnight street painting, or a message cast adrift in a bottle with no return address. These silent offerings carry a raw emotional power, one that doesn't rely on identity to make an impact. When there's no author to praise or to scrutinize, the work stands on its own. It isn't shaped by reputation, ego, or expectation. Without the pressure to perform or impress, what's created often feels more authentic, more vulnerable in a way that resonates. Our words and art, when connected to our personal brands, often get filtered through the lens of image control. We unconsciously adjust them to fit how we want to be seen. That tendency to refine, to censor, can protect us, yes. It can prevent offense or miscommunication. But it can also dull the sharpest edge of our truth. Instead of speaking from the core of who we are, we present a version of ourselves, one that's been polished to appear wise, likable, or safe. One that's edited not for meaning, but for approval. Yet, when you begin to create with the idea that your work might live on without you, or vanish entirely, you enter a different mental space. You stop writing to leave a legacy. You stop speaking to secure your place in a narrative. Instead, you create as if your name has already disappeared. And in that anonymity, there's a powerful shift. Your creativity becomes untethered from external validation. What you make is driven not by applause, but by an urge to reveal something real, to say what needs to be said, even if no one ever knows it was you who said it. In that space, vulnerability transforms from liability to power. And by releasing the need to be admired, you may uncover your most daring, most honest work, not because it was designed to impress, but because it was born from truth. Part 100. The illusion of legacy. The aspiration to leave behind something future generations will revere often feels more like a ghost than a guiding light. It promises significance, but delivers distance, pulling us away from the vivid presence of real connection happening right now. When we create, be it words, art, or actions, with the distant future as our primary audience, the result often feels hollow, lifeless. It neither touches the hearts of people today nor guarantees any impact tomorrow. Think of the difference between a pristine statue standing untouched in a city square and an old worn tool passed from hand to hand. One is admired but untouched. The other is used, remembered, and loved. The tool carries fingerprints, stories, and a life well lived. The statue remains silent. What's strange is that the things never intended to survive the centuries, the practical, the ordinary, the immediate, are the ones that often last. Their roots in genuine, everyday human experience give them a truth that time doesn't erase. This isn't just true for physical objects. It's just as relevant in our words, our leadership, our teaching, in anything shaped by human hands and hearts. Look at a teacher, the one who shows up for their students every day, fully present, making sure each person feels seen and supported. That teacher leaves a legacy stronger than someone striving for a footnote in history. Oddly enough, it's the ones who don't chase legacy that often create it. It's a quiet paradox. When we let go of the need to be remembered, our actions start to matter more. The present moment, fully lived, is what anchors us in people's lives. It's what echoes long after we're gone. The moment you stop reaching for the applause of some imagined future, you can finally hear the voices around you now. Your message, once stretched thin by ambition, begins to ring clear and true, because it's no longer chasing permanence. It's rooted in presence. In the end, what people hold on to isn't your name etched in stone, but how you made them feel. What stays with them isn't the monument you hope to build, but the moment you actually shared.